Sure. The 1970 Alfa Romeo GTA was known for being incredibly lightweight and nimble, thanks to its aluminum body panels and advanced engineering. It was basically the race car equivalent of a featherweight boxer. Fast, fierce, and ready to throw a punch on the track. Plus, it was so quick that it made other cars look like they were stuck in slow motion. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace. Or at least until the next race. Get those choices in before it's too late. Hey there, Amin-san. Glad to see you back. You've missed some of the most intense AI car races ever. Buckle up and enjoy the show. Alright, this is a classic battle of vintage speed versus iconic muscle. The Lancia Stratos HF is known for its agility and rallying prowess, especially on twisty tracks. But Monza is all about high-speed chicanes and long straights. The Mustang GT, on the other hand, has that raw power and dominance on straights, though it might struggle a bit with the tight corners. Given Monza's layout, I'd say the Mustang might have the edge in straight-line speed, but don't count the Stratos out just yet. It could make up time in the corners and snatch victory if the AI drivers handle their cars perfectly. If I had to make a bet, I'd lean slightly towards the Mustang for its sheer power on the straights, but the Stratos has a fighting chance if it can capitalize on the turns. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Monza, and Wayne Gretzky is starting on pole with a classic 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. Expect some nostalgic speed from that beauty. Wayne Gretzky has shot off the line to take the lead. Begoldnerd is holding strong in second place, while Squat Bender is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. GamerBoss72 is making a nice climb up to 18th place. Begoldnerd and Wayne Gretzky are still nose-to-nose for the lead. Amy and Squat Bender are locked in a close fight for third. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 4th place. Rob Swizzle is also moving up to 10th place. Amin-san and Rob Swizzle are nose-to-nose for 10th position. James Mayo just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Amy and James Mayo are nose-to-nose for 5th position. Ihavek Sema is climbing up to 15th. Begoldnerd is now in 1st place. Squat Bender has moved up to 2nd. Amy is climbing to 5th. The race is heating up. James Mayo and Trifanini 3 are nose to tail for 6th place. Alvidri Ino and Aminsan are fighting hard for 11th. Gabitha Minimac just gained a spot, now 21st. James Mayo and Trifanini 3 are nose to nose for 6th place. Aminsan and Maya are fighting hard for 10th. Relaxed Few just made a move, climbing into 12th. Trifanini 3 and Amy are nose to nose for 5th place. King Malcolm Reyes and James Mayo are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Relaxed Few is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Wayne Abretsky is chipping away at Squat Bender's lead, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Trifanini 3 just climbed 1 spot to 5th place. James Mayo is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds and setting up a tight battle for 6th. Maxiad is charging through the field, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. James Mayo just gained 1 spot, and is now in 6th place. Amy and James Mayo are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Wayne Abretsky just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. James Mayo is closing the gap on Trifanini 3. Getting closer for 5th. The battle for 5th is heating up. Aminsan is sneaking closer to Rob Swizzle, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. J Maxiet and Team Tenatia are locked in a tight fight for the 18th spot. Gabitha Minimac is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 position to 20th. Trifanini 3 is closing in on Big Boy Bets, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Alvidrino has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. G Maxiite has also gained 1 position, now in 18th. Maya and Aminsan are nose to tail for 12th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross just gained 1 spot to 27. Neo Texum and Crosser Wooden Cross are fighting hard for 27th. King Malcolm Mergs advances to 9th place. Rob Swizzle climbs to 10th place. Maya moves up to 12th place. Rob Swizzle and King Malcolm Marks are neck and neck for 9th place. Maya has just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Amy and Maya are close for 11th, fighting hard. Wayne Abretsky is chipping away at Big Aldnard's lead, closing in by 1.25 seconds. James Mayo just sneaked into the top 5, climbing 1 spot. Lisa Shibi and Aminsan are nose to nose for the 13th position. Looks like a battle to watch. Amy is dropping like a stone to 18th place. Lisa Shibi is climbing 2 spots to 12. Aminsan and Lisa Shibi are nose to tail for that 12th spot. Maya is holding steady in the top 5, just a few seconds behind the leaders. Squat Bender is gaining on Wayne Bretsky, getting closer with every lap. Relaxed Few is climbing up to 6th. making some solid moves. Wilder Eno is really closing the gap on Trifinity 3 now. Wrestling 567, just snuck into 21st. Someone's making a move to 24th, but no name yet. Wayne Gretzky is leading the race in a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. He's been fast with a best lap of 2:18.084 and holds a comfortable lead over Begoldner. Looks like he's in control so far. Wow, Begoldner, you really outdid yourself. Who knew you had it in you to win at Monza? Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, Begoldner really pulled off an epic win. Congratulations on taking the top spot. You clearly have some serious skill, or maybe just really good luck. Either way, well done. Actually, the 1966 McLaren M10A was part of McLaren's early history in racing and marked their entry into Formula racing with open-wheel cars. Fun fact is that this car was powered by a small but mighty Ford V8 engine, making it pretty competitive for its time despite its modest beginnings. It's like the underdog story of racing cars. Small but fierce. Well, both cars are from the same year, which makes it quite a nostalgic duel. The Mackie Mark 12 sounds like a classic underdog, possibly with some hidden tricks up its sleeve. On the other hand, the Eagle Mark 5 has a reputation for handling and agility. Honestly, I'd bet on the Eagle Mark 5 just because Eagles tend to be nimble and quick on their feet. especially in a race scenario. But hey, classic cars often surprise you with their charisma and raw power. It's a close call, but my gut says the Eagle is going to take this one. Let's see if the AI drives are feeling the same vibe. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Denver Pepsi Center track. Leading the pack in the pole position is the Formula 5000 car, called Exima, a classic 1968 Lotus 70. Buckle up, this should be fun to watch. Exima has taken the lead right out of the gate. Tales of Strilly is holding strong in second place, while Hymise is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a close battle shaping up already. Tales of Strilly just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Just Penchakis is climbing up to third, and now Hymise is right on his tail in that tight battle for third place. Hymise just overtook someone to claim third place. Big Goldnerd and Jade Anburn are still neck and neck for fifth. Atelier Torias and Big Goldnerd are battling hard for sixth. Big Goldnerd just overtook someone to take fifth place. Big Goldnerd and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for fourth. Nulavi is climbing up to eighth. Big Goldner just overtook someone to take fourth place. Nulavi is also climbing up to sixth. Jade Anburn and Nulavi are nose to tail for sixth place. Maya and Geoginu Miracles are nose to tail for 12th place. Aerotech just slipped into 15th after a slow game. Big Goldnerd and Hymise are nose to tail for third place. Nulavi and Just Pancakes are locked in a close fight for fifth. Geoginu Miracles and Blackbeard are battling hard for 11th. Big Goldnerd is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Big Goldnerd and Exima are nose to nose fighting for second place. Jade Anburn is advancing one spot to sit in sixth. Hymise is climbing to third place. Jade Anburn is closing in on Just Pancakes, the gap shrinking fast. Jade Anburn and Just Pancakes are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Nulavi is climbing up to sixth place. Just Pancakes and Nulavi are nose to nose for fifth. Aerotech is making a charge, now in 11th. Nulavi is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A, which is a bit older, but still holding 8th place. Looks like they're hanging in there with a decent lap time of 1 minute 17.793. Toucans Flores driving an Eagle Mark V, starting from 10th place. They're currently in 8th, so they've gained a couple of spots. Fastest lap is 1:18.07, showing they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. The tight corners at the Denver Pepsi Center are favoring the more agile cars, like the Crossell and Lotus. The slower lap times from some of the bigger cars suggest the track's challenging for the heavier machines. Maya is now in 11th place, climbing up one spot. Yesterone 133,796 has also moved up one spot into 12th. The Beast is in 13th after gaining one position. Evolution 954 is just ahead of Toucan's Flora and holding a slight edge. If they keep this pace, Evolution 154 might just squeeze out the win. Blackbeard is driving a 1968 McKee Mark 12 and is currently in the last place. Their lap time is significantly slower than others, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Vigordner just snuck into third place. Jay Anburn and Toucan's Flora are nose to nose for 7. Looks like a little bump and grind for that position. Wow, Tails Australia, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champ. Wow, what a fantastic win for Tails Australia. Congratulations on taking the top spot. You really showed those AI cars who's boss today. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Alright, the 1976 Parnelli 5th PJ4B is quite the classic. Fun fact is that this car was part of the legendary era of IndyCar racing, where innovation and daring design were the name of the game. It was actually developed with the goal of being as lightweight and aerodynamic as possible, which made it a real handful for the drivers. Plus, Parnelli Jones, the guy behind it, was previously a racing legend himself. So it's like the car has racing blood running through its chassis. Not exactly your average race car, right? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's running out, so don't miss your chance to get in on the action. Make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a good one. Both cars are from the same year, but the Lotus 77 is known for its innovative design and agility, while the Tyrrell 07 was quite the reliable performer in its day. Caffeinated cars Lotus might have the edge in maneuverability and speed on the twisty bits, but Idealist's Tyrrell could hold its own with solid handling and steady pace. Honestly, I'd give the slight edge to the Lotus for a sneaky win, but don't count out the Tyrrell. It's going to be a tight one. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Alice track. Anke Tobin is starting on pole, piloting a classic 1976 March 761. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. Anke Tobin is leading the race, holding that first place like he owns the track. Someone is right behind him in second, trying to catch up. Wanabe Kido is in third, already making moves to climb higher. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to third place. Wanabe Kido and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to nose for that same spot. Billy and Tokidokibri are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wanabe Kido and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy is climbing up to 5th place. Billy and Tokidokibri are fighting hard for 7th. Silver Gaming is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 11. School bus Rostefi is also making progress, overtaking 5 cars to reach 13. HP Lootcraft is having a tough time, dropping 12 places to 23. Wanabe Kido and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Adanat 44 is climbing up to 21st. Maya and Adanat 44 are locked in a close fight for 21st. Caffeinated Car and Silver Bee Gaming are neck and neck for 11th place. Idilive just gained 1 spot to move into 17th. Idilive and N Body Notes are locked in a close fight for 16th. Wanabe Kido and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Idilive just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Wanabe Kido just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Billy and Sadamoji James are still nose to nose for 7th. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 11th. Mudwolf and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Abomzi just gained 1 spot, now in 18th. Sputnik NZ and Ixajax are locked in a close fight for 19th. Mudwolf and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Tokidokibri is closing in on that Salty Serena, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Abomzi is catching N Body Notes, closing the gap by a second. Abomzi and N Body Notes are battling for 17th place. Abomzi is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Amy is dropping like a stone, falling 17 places to 22nd. Wanabe Kido is inching closer to the front, grabbing the 2nd spot. Idiliga just overtook someone to take the 13th spot. Sputnik NZ is also climbing up to the 18th place. Maya and Ixajax are still nose to nose for the 19th position. Looks like a close one. Adanat 44 and Maya are nose to tail for the 20th spot. Amy is closing in, chipping away at the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Adanat 44 just gained a spot and is now in 21st place. Amy is closing in on Maya and has shaved off 1.4 seconds from the gap. iconic odd is climbing nicely into the top dozen. A Bumsy and Schoolbusser Steffi are also making moves, closing the gap. Looks like a tight race behind the leaders. Sputnik NZ is closing in on Meg's Boring Life fast. Just 5 seconds behind now. Ixajax is gaining on Adanut 44, closing the gap by over 8 seconds. Adanut 44 is climbing up the ranks, now in 18th place. Wow, Uncle Tobin, you must be the fastest thing on 2 legs now. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Uncle Tobin really pulled off the victory. Congratulations. Looks like all those secret strategies paid off. I guess they're the master of the virtual track today. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Road America circuit, I'd probably go with the 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. It's got that sleek Italian design, a good balance of power and handling, and a reputation for being a serious performer. Plus, it's not exactly slow, and I think it could handle the twists and turns pretty well compared to the muscle cars that might be a bit more brute force than finesse. Of course, with all these classics, it's really a toss-up, but that Ferrari does have a certain edge in agility and speed on a track like Road America. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't leave me hanging here with all the good options. Get those choices in before the countdown ends. This is quite the classic showdown. The Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona is a legendary car known for its speed and sleek design. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, but in a very elegant way. On the other hand, the Ford Mustang Mach-1 is a classic American muscle car, built for raw power and straight-line speed. Given the characteristics, I'd say the Ferrari has the edge on a technical, curvy track like Road America, thanks to its precision handling. But if the Mustang gets a good start and builds momentum, it could surprise us with its brute force. Honestly, it's a close call. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward the Ferrari winning by a nose, but don't count out the Mustang just yet. This race might come down to the driver's ability to manage those iconic beasts. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Road America, and leading the pack is Naveling in a 1971 Ford Mustang Mach 1 from the 70s supercar class. Looks like he's aiming to set the pace early. Naveling is leading the race right now. Wife 1 is right behind in second place. Ihave Sema is currently in third. Looks like a close battle already. Ihave Sema is now in second place. Popcorn Slayer and Maya are nose to tail for 4. Imus Gordon has climbed to 6th. Popcorn Slayer and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Katsuma Girl and Chozeng's Coast are trading paint for 8. Evolution 954 and Kazuma Girl are locked in a fierce duel for 9. Popcorn Slayer and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Chozin's Coast has gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Quiz 44 has moved up 2 spots and is now 12th. Quiz 44 and TPPPA are battling closely for 11th place. Xuma Girl and Potswords are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Quiz 44 is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Quiz 44 and Evolution 954 are nose to nose for 10th. TPPA and Quiz 44 are neck and neck for 11th place. Meg's Boring Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Rondon 69 and Meg's Boring Life are battling closely for the same position. Rondon 69 just gained a spot and is now in 13th place. Meg's Boring Life and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for that 13th position. Meanwhile, Unstable and Meg's Boring Life are fighting hard for 14th place. Quiz 44 and Evolution 954 are locked in a close fight for 10th place. LXIX Nativ is climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Unstabil and LXIX Nativ are also battling it out for 15. Trehart Triad is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 23rd. Maya just gained 1 position, now in 3rd. Waifuana and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. LXCX Natate is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S. They're currently in 15th place, which is a solid mid-pack position. Looks like they're holding their own so far. Katsuma Girl is gaining on Potswords, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hell's Kank and Unstabil are locked in a tight fight for 15th place. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Hell's Kank advances to 15th place. Zombush 86 and Dishi Siki PBC Rogers are locked in a fierce duel for 19. Treha Triad climbs to 21st. Quiz 44 and Kazuma Girl are neck and neck for 9th place. Ixijax is catching up to Amy fast, closing the gap by 1 second. Josh is right behind Bermuda, closing in by a little over a second. Maya is pushing hard on Ihafexema, trying to get around. Waifuana is right behind. Maya. Ness could get interesting for third. Quiz 44 and K-Zoomer Girl are nose to tail. No one giving an inch at P9. Quiz 44 is climbing to 9th place. Meg's Boring Life is now 12. LXXX Natit moves into 13th. Meg's Boring Life just moved up one spot to 11th place. LXEX is closing in on TPPA, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Chozang's Coast just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Patsorts and Imus Gordon are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. Ixajax and Unstabil are locked in a close duel for 16th. Evolution 954 is closing in on Wolf's Light, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Patsorts and Imus Gordon are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Ixajax is climbing up the ranks, moving into 16th. Chozan's Coast is climbing to 4th place. Patsorts has moved up to 7th. Patsorts and Popcorn Slayer are nose-to-nose for 6th. Patsorts and Popcorn Slayer are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Katsuma Girl is slicing into Imus Gordon's rear bumper, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. They're now in a tight scrap for 9th place. Quiz 44 and Patsorts are neck and neck for 7th place. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 10th. Necrophantasm is making a move from 24th to 23rd. Quiz 44 and Patsorts are neck and neck for 7th place. Josh has gained 1 position and is now in 23rd. Ceylon Foxt 113 is closing the gap on Thuma Koisho, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Hellskank just overtook someone to move up 1 spot to 13. LXEX Nati and Hellskank are nose-to-nose for the 13th position. Nirmuida and DCKB Zero Girls are fighting hard for 21st. Wow, Gnaveling really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they decided to make winning look easy. Congratulations. Wow, Gnavling, you really pushed through and took the victory. Congratulations on that impressive win. Looks like all those late nights practicing paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race, champ. Here's a fun fact about the Sportsland Sugo track. Did you know this circuit has a unique feature where drivers have to navigate through a mix of tight corners and long straights, making it a real test of both handling and speed? It's like a roller coaster for cars, and the scenery around it adds a bit of that Japanese mountain vibe. Perfect spot for some unpredictable race moments. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your pick now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The 2018 Fittipaldi EF7 is a sleek modern machine with cutting-edge tech, so it's likely to be pretty nimble around Sportsland Sugo. On the other hand, the 2012 RUF CTR3 is a legendary Porsche-based sports car, with a reputation for raw power and handling. Given the track's twists and turns, I'd probably lean towards Maya's Fittipaldi since newer cars tend to have better aerodynamics and braking systems. But don't count out the RUF. It's got that aggressive attitude and proven performance that could surprise us all. It'll be close, but I think Maya's modern finesse might give her the edge in this race. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off on the Sportsland Sugo track. Amin-san is starting on pole in a 2015 Ferrari FXK, so get ready for some high-speed action from those hypercars. What? Amin-san has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Chubby Panda is currently in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a quick start. Skubus Rosifti is climbing up to fourth place. Wanabakito is also moving up to sixth place. Leech Mepsi and Wanabakito are nose to nose for sixth. Skubus Rustefi and Chubby Panda are nose-to-nose for third place. Adenup 44 just snuck into ninth, trying to hold off Gio Goinu Miracles. Looks like that battle for P9 is about to get spicy. Maya takes the lead now in first place. Skubus Rustefi climbs to third. Leech Mepsi moves up to sixth. Looks like the race is heating up. Wanabakito just overtook someone to take the sixth place. Adenut 44 is also climbing up to 8th. Gyogana Miracles and Rondon 69 are nose-to-nose for 9th. Wanabakito advances to 5th place. Bleach Mepsi climbs to 6th place. Velocito 14 and Bleach Mepsi are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Deyikebe Teogertz just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Rondon 69 and DCKB Zeros are nose-to-nose for 9th position. Lithocarp and Amy are fighting hard for 13th. Wanabakido is chipping away at Yamchubby Panda's lead, closing in by 2 seconds. Frankenballs is climbing up to take the 19th spot. Shoebox TV is also making moves, grabbing the 20th position. DTK Zerogertz just climbed to 8th place. They're now battling Velocitor 14 for 7th. Cheese and Dashauer is making moves, climbing to 14th. DKK Zerogertz just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Adenut 44 is also climbing up to 8th place. Velocitar 14 and Adenut 44 are nose to tail, fighting for that 8th spot. D. Ananyes TCK Bats is closing in on Bleach Mepsi, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Yogina Miracles just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Rondon 69 also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Rondon 69 is closing in on Giogina Miracles, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Cheese and Deshawa has climbed 1 spot to take 12th. Haimais is also up 1 spot, now 15th. Rondon 69 is closing in on Giogina Miracles, cutting the gap by a second. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up 1 spot to 13. Velocitor 14 and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for that 13th place. DCK Zerogertz is climbing up to 6th place. Shoebox TV is also moving up to 19. Frankenballs and Shoebox TV are nose to nose for the 19th spot. DCK Zerogertz is climbing up to 5th place. Haimais has advanced 2 spots to 15th. Basanizart Wu is now in 17th, after moving up 1 position. DKK Zerogertz is climbing to 4th place. Wanabakido is now in 5th. Zipsnita Gaming is cutting into Haimais' lead by a second. Giogina Miracles is closing in on Adenut 44, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lyricel is climbing up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for you. Congrats on the win! Wow, what an incredible race! Congratulations to Maya for taking the win. You really drove that car like a champ. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 2018 Fittipaldi EF7, perfect for tearing up the track. Definitely a car that commands attention. Core 2. 7 wins in a row. That's legendary. You've earned yourself a hefty 500 request points. And some serious bragging rights. Keep up the winning streak. Alright everyone. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and soon we'll be stuck with whatever the AI has in store for us. So hurry up before it's too late. Oh wow! This is a classic showdown. Both drivers are in Chevrolets from around the same era, so it's basically a vintage muscle car face-off. The 1970 Camaro might have a slight edge because of some potential upgrades or adjustments, but honestly these cars are so similar that it's going to come down to the A's driving finesse. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward Osgazarod in the 1970 Camaro, because that slightly newer model might have a bit more modern setup under the hood. But don't be surprised if Amy puts up a good fight and surprises us. It's vintage racing after all, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is kicked off at Avenisto Vintage Track. EdSauce21 is starting in pole position, driving a classic 1967 Mercury Cougar ... Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the pack. Osgazarod has taken the lead right out of the gate. Maya is holding strong in second place. EdSauce21 is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Kyroscope is climbing up to fourth place. Amy is now in sixth. Looks like Kyroscope is on the move. Maya is in second place with a vintage Trans Am, a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite leading the pack. Osgazarod is leading, but Amy is right behind in fifth. Looks like a close fight for the bet. Osgazarod might want to watch his rear view mirror. Kyroscope is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro in the vintage Trans Am class. They're currently in fifth place and seem to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying competitive. The vintage Trans Am cars are clearly dominating the top spots. showing the class's strength on this track. The older Group 2 cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the vintage setup and track demands. Amy is in 5th place with a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Vintage Trans Am cars are dominating with the top 3 spots, probably thanks to their classic charm and power. The track seems to favor these muscle cars over the Group 2 contenders, who are trailing behind. Akvaiti climbs to 7th place. Rosigogam advances to 8. Silva Gami moves into 9. The race is heating up. Betsmar is driving a 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. They're currently in 12th place, so not quite in the mix but holding steady. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Akvedi is driving a 1971 Puma GDB, a classic Group 2 car. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to climb higher. Amy is in 5th place with a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Her fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the front runners. Kyroscope is now in 3rd place. Leba3 has moved up to 8. Zachary TV is closing in on Betsmar, cutting the gap by a second. Rosigod Gamin climbs to 8th place. Betsmar advances to 9. Zachary TV moves up to 10th. Osksarat is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. Zachary TV is driving a 1970 Simca Rally 3, a car known for its agility and rally heritage. They're currently in 8th place but seem to be stuck with a non-finished time, so their race might not be going smoothly. Well, look at that! Oskazarod claiming victory at Afinisto Vintage. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done! Wow, Ozkarad took the victory. Congratulations to them. Looks like all that virtual racing skill paid off. Now they get to bask in the glory of being the fastest car on the track. Great job! Sure! The 2009 Williams FW31 was known for its unique nose design, which looked a bit like it was trying to give the car a permanent quizzical expression. It was actually one of the first F1 cars to use a step nose, which was a new regulation that year, and it gave the team a chance to experiment with aerodynamics in a whole new way. So, basically, this car is like the fashion forward of the AF1 world, with its innovative look. Well, both cars are from the same era and pretty similar in design, so this could come down to driver skill, or maybe a tiny bit of luck. The Toyota TF109 was pretty solid back in the day, known for its balance and reliability. The Force India VJM02, on the other hand, was a bit more on the quirky side but could surprise us. If I had to pick, I'd say X-Lace Toyota might have a slight edge because of its handling and steady performance on a track like Ring GP. But honestly, it's anyone's race with these two, especially since we're betting on AI driving here. So, let's see who outsmarts the other on the circuit. Alright folks, Shotskis is kicking it off from pole in the 2009 Toyota TF109 at Ring GP. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Shotskis has taken an early lead. Lil Sprout is holding strong in second. Lithocarp is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Kufo is climbing to 6th place. Bokda Morning is making a move up to 7th. Histel 33 and Raf 92 are nose to nose for 9th. Merchican Light is really having a rough time dropping to 30. Amy just moved up one spot to 3rd. The fight for second between Amy and Lil Sprout is heating up, both neck and neck. Villager Dominity 1 is having a rough time, dropping back to 29. Histel 33 is climbing steadily to 8th. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 and Wrath 92 are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Kufo is climbing up to 5th place. Senor Flip Flopona 102,020 is now in 9th. Roofing in a team has moved into 12th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Senor Flip Flopona in 2020 and Crystal 33 are locked in a tight fight for 8th place. Sakurai TV has gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Asuroni is also up 1 position, now in 18th. Asuroni and Swell Placed V are battling it out for 17th. Asuroni just overtook someone to move up to 17th place. Asuroni and La Croissant 1980 are nose to nose for 16th place. Adam Flash is closing the gap on Autumn Thunderbird, getting closer by a second and a tenth. Senor Flip-Flop Pony 2020 and Crystal 33 are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Esteban Games is climbing up to 17th. Vagrant Enchanter is also making moves, now in 20th. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 7th place. Gyogunu Miracles is now in 20th. Indigo Payday has moved up to 22nd. Sakurai TV is climbing up to 11th place now. Maya and Sakurai TV are nose to tail for 10th. Bufin in 18 and Sakurai TV are still neck and neck for 11th. Aisley is gaining on Quifo, closing the gap to just under a second. Senor Flip-Flopon 100 and 2020 and Vodka Munning are neck and neck for 8th place. Kalmitwi is closing in on Bufa 19, cutting the distance by over a second. Senor Flip-Flop 100 and 2020 and Vodka Munning are nose to nose for 8th place. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 15th. Maya is holding steady in 6th. Senor Flip-Flopona 2020 just sneaked into 8th place. Looks like Senor Flip-Flop 100 and 2020 and Vodka Morning are neck and neck for that 8th spot. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 14th place. Crystal 33 and Exley are nose to nose for 6th place. Sakurai TV is creeping closer to Maya, chipping away at the gap. Yum Chubby Panda is climbing up one spot to 15th. Vodka Morning and Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Frogsworth has just gained one position and is now in 24th. Mighty Chunk and Frogsworth are also battling it out for the same spot. Tight race there. Lithocarp is really having a tough time dropping to 23rd. Kufo is climbing steadily to 4th. Aisley is also making progress up to 5th. Sakurai TV is climbing nicely to the 8th place. Inigo Peta and Vagrant Enchanter are still locked in their close fight for the 19th spot. Frogsworth is inching up to 22nd. Wow! Shotskis really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now? Wow, Shotskis really pulled off an incredible victory. Big congratulations to them. They must be feeling pretty fantastic right now. That was quite the race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Watkins Glen Short Classic circuit, I'd bet on the 2019 Radical SR3. It's a proven track day hero with sharp handling and agility that would shine on that kind of circuit. The newer Radical SR5 might give it a run for its money thanks to its advancements, but I think the SR3's lightweight and nimbleness could give it the edge. The others may have their charm, but for pure racing potential on a track like Watkins Glen, it's hard to beat that combination of speed and maneuverability. Hey everyone! The clock's winding down, so make your choice quick. Get those virtual cars picked before the countdown ends, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't miss out on the thrill of watching these AI machines battle it out. Hurry up and make your pick. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We've got that Salty Serena in a 26 Lada Revolution RS2, which sounds like a classic underdog story, and Shotskis in a 2012 Praga 1, probably the more modern and likely faster choice. While the Lada might have some nostalgic charm, the Praga 1 is built for racing and should have a clear edge in speed and agility. So my money's on Shotskis to take this one, unless that Salty Serena pulls off some unexpected magic. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So I'm all in for some surprises. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Classic. Dr. Monkey 13 is starting on pole in a 2010 Global GT Light. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI cars have other plans. Dr. Monkey 13 has taken an early lead. K Boomper is right behind in second, and Just Hennetti is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Kabunpa is now in first place. Iggy's Basic Switch and I are still neck and neck for sixth. Amy has climbed to ninth. Rosie Godgaming just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. The Allard is also making moves up to 10th. Wanga Tan 7272. And Shotskis are nose to nose for 12. Looks like a close fight. Justanet is climbing up to 2nd place. That's Salty Serena and Bioward are nose to nose fighting for 10th. Willow Shrub is making a move, now in 13th. Willow Shrub and Shotskis are locked in a close duel for 12th. Maya and the other racer are nose to tail for 5th place. Rumia Fist 13 and Wangatan 7, 272, are swapping positions frequently for the 14th spot. Yamapriest is climbing up one position to 24th. Feskis and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Shotskis is climbing up one spot to 11. Wangatan 7, 272 and Willow Shrub are locked in a close fight for 13. Feskis is climbing up to 3rd place now. Dr. Monkey 13 and Feskis are nose to nose for that same spot. Rosego Gaming is advancing to 6th place. Rosego Gaming and another racer are locked in a close fight for 5th. Rumifist 13 is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Maya is gaining ground, moving 2 spots closer to the top 5. The battle between Maya and Dr. Monkey 13 for 4th is heating up, with both pushing hard. Feskis is closing in on just Hanaktiv, cutting the gap by 1 second. Someone just overtook a spot to take 5th place. Rosigo Daming is moving up one position to 6th. Jailgaming is closing in on James Mayo fast, just 6.2 seconds behind now. Bjort and I are neck and neck for 8th place. Rumi Fitz 13 and Amy are also locked in a tight fight for 11th. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Feskis, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Someone's hot on Dr. Monkey 13's tail, closing in by over 2 seconds. BOR is climbing up to 8th place, making moves through the field. Lux Ravenos is dropping like a stone to 24th. Axton Hits is inching up to 17th. A Better Bloke is also climbing now 18th. Looks like those two are about to have a showdown for 17th place. BioArt is climbing up one spot to 7th place. Looks like Xx Basic Switch X and BioArt are nose to nose for 7th. Wangatangsivin 272 and Willow Shrub are locked in a close fight for 13th. Wow. Cade Boomper really took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too fast for everyone else. Nice job. Wow, K-Boomper really outdid themselves. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like all that virtual racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. It's got the legendary reputation for speed and handling in racing history. Plus, with its lightweight design and powerful engine, it would probably navigate the chicane circuit with a mix of grace and speed that might leave the others playing catch up. Though, honestly, I'd be curious to see how a Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage or a Jaguar D-Type might perform in that tight, twisty setup. But for pure race-winning potential, I'll stick with the Mercedes. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. Aleatorius with the Maserati Birdcage sounds like a beauty that's built for elegance and a bit of speed. On the other hand, Iki Tapsambong's Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR is a legendary racing machine with some serious racing pedigree. Considering the track and the car's characteristics, I'd say the Mercedes might have a slight edge because of its racing history and design, optimized for speed. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I'd put my money on the Mercedes sneaking ahead in the middle of the race, but the Maserati might surprise us with a daring move in the chicane. Tune in and see who comes out on top. I'm rooting for a good battle. Alright folks, the race at Circuit du Var is underway. The Lescopine is starting on pole in a stunning 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa data. Looks like we're in for a classic showdown with some serious vintage firepower. The Lescopine has taken an early lead. Trash Crashton is right behind in second, and Crazy Sweet, but is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Trash Crashton just took the lead and is now in first place. Main Chai to at 21. And Crazy Sweet Butt are still neck and neck for third. Amin-san and I are locked in a close fight for fifth. Amin-san is climbing up to fourth place. Aleatorius is also making moves to fifth. Dainita Bank is inching into the top 10 at 9. Yaboy Rwanda is making a bold move, climbing through the field to take the lead. Trash Crashton is not giving up easily, staying close in that fierce battle for first place. Amy is closing in on the top 3, making her way up quickly. Yaboy Rwanda is driving a Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR, a classic racing legend. Looks like they're making a move from 11 to 3, so they're definitely not just sightseeing. Maya is charging through the field, now in 6th place. Rundon 69 is right behind, also climbing fast in 7th. Trash Crashton is leading the pack, gaining 2 spots to sit comfortably in first. Amin-san is driving a Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1957. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady. but no signs of a major push yet. Linchika at 21 just gained a spot to 7th place. Tapsumbong is now in 8th, after also climbing 1 position. Amy is closing in on Rondon 69, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rondon 69 is driving a 1956 Maserati 450S, a classic racing beast. They're currently in 8th place, so not quite on the podium but still in the mix. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Autoliatorius is climbing to 5th place. Maya is now 6th after moving up 1 spot. Wenti Stapsumbongaix has gained 2 positions and is now 7th. Yabui Rwanda is closing in on Amy, both inching forward. Amy just lost a spot to Yabui Rwanda. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. The chicane is shaking up the order, causing some overcooked corners and missed opportunities. The top drivers are managing it well, but the midfield is chaos. Amy is stuck in the back with a Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage, currently at the very last. Looks like she's having a tough time staying on the track. Rondon 69 is driving a 1956 Maserati 450S, a classic beast known for speed and power. Their race looks like a struggle, stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, probably fighting to catch up. Telescopebeam is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya has climbed to 5th place, looking to chase down the top 4. Amy is narrowing the distance to Flinchikoto 21, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. She's not wasting time. Amin-san is closing in on Crazy Sweet Butt, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wante Tapsumbongzaix is climbing up 1 spot to 6th place. Flinchiek at 21 is also moving up 1 spot to 7th. The chicane is really shaking things up, causing some overtaking chaos and slowing down the back markers. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Amin-san and Maya are still nose to nose for that position. Garni Tapsum Monks has climbed to 6th, looking to make a move. Amin-san just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Maya is holding her ground, but Amin-san is closing the gap. Ronan 69 is driving a 1956 Maserati 450S, a classic beast known for its power. They're currently in 8th place, trying to catch up but still a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Trash Crashton just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their winning dance. Well done. Wow. Trash crashed and really soared to the finish line. Congratulations on your win, you've earned it. As for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya snagging the fastest lap title means she gets herself a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. Not too shabby, Maya. Looks like it's a good day for racing and trophy claiming. A fun fact about the 1938 Auto Union Type D is that it was considered one of the most advanced racing cars of its time, with a supercharged V12 engine that produced around 520 horsepower. That's like giving a vintage race car a modern dose of raw power, making it a true legend in racing history. It was so fast that it could reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour. Imagine trying to keep up with that on today's roads. Wow, what a matchup. We've got the Dreamkeeper in the classic Alfa Romeo 12C, a real vintage beauty with a lot of history and style. On the other side, Sepp Brandigan is behind a 1938 Maserati 8 CTF, which is known for its power and racing pedigree. It's like watching a battle between elegance and raw muscle. The Alfa might have the charm and handling on its side, especially on a track like the Red Bull Ring, which favors agility. But the Maserati's straight-line speed and acceleration could give Sepp Brandigan a serious edge. If I had to pick a favorite based on the cars alone, I'd lean toward the Maserati because of its reputation for speed. But never underestimate the power of a well-driven vintage Alfa. This one could go either way. Alright everyone, buckle up because the race at Red Bull Ring GP just kicked off and it's a throwback extravaganza. Driving from pole position is the 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, racing in the Grand Prix 1930 Class Dodge Stall. Looks like we're in for some vintage speed and classic drama today. Maya is leading the race right now with Apex Milkbag in second and Dank Nuggins close behind in third. The top three are already showing some early aggression. Dank Nuggins is holding on to second place, but Apex Milkbag is right on his bumper ready to pounce. Then 17 and Butch Zero are trading positions like it's a game of musical chairs for fourth. Ragnarok's and Hikori Hamsam are nose-to-tail fighting for eighth with no room for error. Unclear Gaming is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Buchitero is making a move up 2 spots to second place. Pinha 17 and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close duel for fourth. Drelitsko is just ahead of the Dreamkeeper by a car length. Looks like a close fight for 14th place. Beyond Fudark Souls and Amy are nose to tail for 26th. No one giving an inch there. Kometui is climbing 2 spots to reach the 18th position. Dongmush 86 and Kometui are nose-to-nose fighting for 18th place. Slipsnida Gaming is advancing 1 spot to occupy the 22nd position. Ixajax is climbing up to 8th place. Hikori Hamzam is not giving up easily in that close fight for 8th. Ragnarok's and Ixajax are nose to tail for 9th. Dank Nuggins and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 3rd place. Vinha 17 and Dank Nuggins are also fighting hard for 4th. Ixajax is climbing up nicely, now in 8th. Vinha 17 is climbing fast and now sits in 3rd place. Apex Milkbag and Vinha 17 are nose to tail fighting for 3rd. Beef Sliders and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close duel for 5th. Ixajax is climbing up to 7th place. Nikhil Broadcast and Ixajax are nose to nose for 7th. Hikori Hamzam is pushing into 10th. Unclearly Gaming and Hikori Hamsam are nose to tail for 9th place. Delitsko and Zaprandigan are locked in a fierce duel for 13th. Slipsnida Gaming and Crandalive are fighting it out for 21st. Unclearly Gaming just sneaked into the 8th place. Drelitsko and Zaprandigan are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Ragnarok's is holding on to 10th place, but Hikori Hamsam is right behind, ready to pounce. Zaprandigan and Justin Gilks are locked in a fierce fight for 12th, with neither giving an inch. Hikori Hamzam advances to 9th place. Let's Go climbs to 13th. Nergutsu and Zaprandigan are locked in a close fight for 14th. Buchitsero just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Beef Sliders has moved up 1 spot to 5th. Dank Nuggins and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 5th place. Dank Nuggins is climbing to 5th place. Hikori Hamzam is now in 8th. Delitsko has moved up to 12th. Zaprandigan and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 13th place. Imogen Tempus is inching up to 24th. Amy and Imogen Tempus are fighting hard for 24th. Wow, but Gisero really took the checkered flag? Looks like they're the one to beat now. Well done. Wow. But Gisero really pulled off an impressive win there. Congrats! Looks like all that coding and tuning paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next in the next race. Keep it up. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Bremgarten is known for its tight turns and tricky corners, so a car that can stick to the road and respond precisely to driver input would have the best shot. Top speed isn't as crucial here because it's all about finesse and control around those winding sections. A car with good agility and balance would really shine on this one. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. We don't want to miss out on the action because someone took too long to decide. Come on, make your choice and get ready for some AI racing chaos. Alright, this is a classic showdown. The 1998 Toyota R2 GTS is known for its nimbleness and mid-engine balance, perfect for tight corners. The Nissan Silvia S15 Spec AR, on the other hand, is a favorite among drift enthusiasts with a solid rear-wheel drive setup and a reputation for sharp handling. Bremgarten's mix of turns and straightaways will really test these cars. The Toyota might have a slight edge with its lightweight design and quick reflexes, but the Nissan's agility could give it an advantage in those tricky corners. If I had to make a call, I'd say the Toyota has a tiny edge for its balance and speed on short straights, but don't count out the Silvia pulling off some slick moves. It's going to be a close race, but I give the nod to the Toyota here. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Bremgarten. The FOTS84 has snagged pole position, driving a 2005 Renault Clio 3R S197. Let's see if that little hatchback can hold on to the lead. Ihavek Sema has taken the lead right out of the gate. NAS Savage is holding strong in second place, and Matrixco is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Matrixco is climbing up to second place. Papa KC is also advancing to sixth. Papa KC and Hellskank are locked in a close fight for fifth. Hellskank is closing the gap on the FOTS84 by a second. Tukin's Flora has climbed one spot to 12 and Amy and Scrooge Champ are nose-to-nose fighting for 14. Trash Crashton is driving a 2000 BMW Z8, a sleek and stylish classic with a reputation for agility. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably trying to find a way around the traffic. The modern street cars are dominating the top spots, probably thanks to their balance of speed and handling on Bremgarten's tight turns. Retro and vintage cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with agility and acceleration. Matrixco is now in first place. Amy and Scrooge Champ are battling closely for 14th place. Jamagichat climbs to 9th place. Toucan's Flora advances to 11. Amy Ming moves up to 14. Jamagichat is gaining on Captain Trippy, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Toucan's Flora is catching Trifinity 3, also reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Trash Crashton and Scrooge Champ are neck and neck for 15th place. The V4 is driving a Renault Clio 3R Swan 97, a lively little hatchback known for its agility. They're currently in 4th place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Cap'n Trippy and Deej Magacat are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Trifinity 3 is slicing through the field, closing the gap on Deej Magacat by almost 2 seconds. Papa Cat C is climbing to 5th place. Dagicat is now in 8th. Merchicken Live is narrowing the gap to Architect by 1.4 seconds. Digimagichat is climbing to 7th place. Amy and Exclusive Ox are still locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Trash Crashton is moving up to 15th place. Maya is now in 16th place, inching closer. Architect is narrowing the gap to Scrooge Champ by a full second. Jamagichat and Hellskank are neck and neck for 6th place. Trash Crashton is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Maya is holding 8th place. Not bad, but still a bit behind Architect, who's in 19th. Looks like Maya needs a little more juice to catch up. Papa KC is gaining on the Fussets 84 with a 2-second reduction. Jamagichat has climbed 1 spot into 6th place. Exclusivox is closing in on Toucan's Flora, chipping away at the gap by 140 seconds. Exclusivox is narrowing the gap to 2000 Flora by just over a second. Trash Crashton is climbing 1 spot to 14. I'm also moving up 1 spot to 15. Cap'n Trippy and Mestek are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Amy is gaining on Exclusive Gox, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Merchicken Liv is creeping up on Scrooge Champ, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Dagichat and Papa KC are neck and neck for 5th place. Mestek is gaining on Hellskank, closing the gap to just under a second. Amy is hot on Exclusive Gox's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Metrixco is holding a strong lead, with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls a miracle. Scrooge Champ is driving a vintage Nissan Fairlady Z432 from 1970. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so the race isn't going well. Hellskank is gaining on Papa KC, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Toucan's Flora has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th position. Trifo 93 and Toucan's Flora are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Amy is closing in on the leader, looking to make a move. Toucan's Flora is stuck in a pack, trying to find a way around. Matrixco and Amy are nose to tail. This could go any way. Trash Crashton is on a tier, overtaking 12 cars to grab second place. Matrixco and Trash Crashton are nose to tail in a fierce duel for second. Merchigan Live just gained one spot, now sitting in 18th. Wow, Matrixco really took the checkered flag? Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow, congratulations to Matrixco for winning that race. Looks like they really drove away with the victory. Great job to all the drivers and to Maya for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a classic 1998 Toyota MR2 GTS. Enjoy the ride. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2016 Lamborghini Centenario has the edge. It's got the power and the sleek design that screams speed. The vintage cars are charming but probably won't keep up with the modern supercar in a race like this. The AI might surprise us, but I'm placing my bets on the Centenario to burn rubber and leave the others in the dust. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to sprint to that selection screen. The countdown is ticking down faster than a turbocharged engine. Don't miss your chance to get in on the action before it's too late. Well, this is quite the contrast in cars. On one side, we have a Chiron with a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier, which is known for being a bit of a classic, but not exactly a speed demon. On the other hand, Blaming Buddha is racing in a 1994 Acura NSX, which is a more sporty, high-performance machine. Given the car choices, I'd probably put my money on Blaming Buddha for the win. The Acura NSX's better handling and speed should give it a good upper hand here. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is on at Dustbite Speedway, and leading the pack is a Chiron in a classic 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. Who would have thought this vintage ride would be the front runner? Stay tuned, it's going to be a wild one. A Chiron has taken the lead right out of the gate. Blaming Buddha is holding strong in second place, and Wolf of Eco is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Osterrod is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lockjaw 7 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 7. The Grand Enchanter is storming through the field, overtaking 5 cars to settle into 12. Lockjaw 7 is on fire, climbing to 3rd place. The Grand Enchanter is also making moves, now in 7. Maya is gaining ground, moving into 12. The race is heating up. Maya is closing in on Meg's boring life, now just 5 seconds behind. Amy has surged ahead, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13th. Kyosify is making moves, passing 3 cars to sit in 24th. Maya is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is right behind, also making moves and now in 9th place after her own trio of overtakes. Uruel Wenahongton Dreves. It's their upper is on the move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 5 cars. Abeta Bloke is also making progress, now in 17th after passing 3 cars. Toadette the Kitty is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 18th. Kyosify is on a roll, climbing to the top 20. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Asironi, the gap shrinking fast. Maya is hot on blaming Buddha's tail, closing in steadily. The Grand Enchanter is closing in on Asironi quickly, just 2.6 seconds behind now. Maya has climbed 1 spot to take 7th place. Blaming Buddha and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th position. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Meg's Boring Life has moved up to 8th place, also gaining 1 spot. U20 Plays is in 9th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Maya is closing in on Wolf of Echo, the gap is shrinking fast. Abeta Bloke just overtook 3 cars and is now in 12th place. Shikomaru is gaining on Toadette the Kitty, closing the distance by 6 seconds. King Malcolm X is closing in on Silver, becoming fast, just 10 seconds behind now. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 5th. EU20 Plays and Wolf of Eco are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Yakiramen is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place. Shikomaru is closing in on Silvabika, gaming fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Lockjaw 7, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 5 cars. Lockjaw 7 is closing in on Amin-san, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. I am inching closer to Asironi, narrowing the distance by 0.12 of a second. Maya is gaining fast on Asironi, the gap shrinking to just over 7 seconds. Yakiramen is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 13. Lockjaw 7 is closing in on Amin-san, cutting the distance by nearly 4 seconds. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Lockjaw 7, closing the gap by 10.5 seconds. Brando Booster is catching up to Bedazzler, chipping away at the 5.6 seconds. King Malcolm X is on the move, closing in on Brando Buster by 9.2 seconds. Asironi is slicing into the Grand Enchanter's lead by 3.4 seconds. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 5th place. It's their pair and Meg's Boring Life are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. Kyosify is closing in on a better bloke fast, just 5.6 seconds behind now. Grampy Jerf is making a move, overtaking 3 cars and climbing to 14th place. Vagrant Enchanter is on the rise, grabbing the 2nd spot and climbing up 1 position. Wow. Amin Sun just took the top spot again. Looks like they're on a winning streak. Guess the race was just a warm-up for them. Wow! Congratulations to Emin-san for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. And hey, since Emin-san also snagged the fastest lap, they can now claim the sleek 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro. Talk about a double win. Who's next in line to claim a car? If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the Ferrari 312. It's a classic for a reason, with its legendary turbocharged V12 that could probably surprise some modern machinery. Plus, on a circuit like Nashville Superspeedway infield, where handling and raw power can make the difference, that car's history of racing dominance might give it the edge. Although, I have a sneaky feeling that the Lotus 72E's aerodynamic design might give it a little extra grip around those corners. But if I'm betting, the Ferrari's racing pedigree just nudges it ahead in this lineup. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't want to be stuck with the one that's clearly just here for the scenic route, do we? Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown hits 0. Oh wow! We've got some vintage beauties on the track today. Jordan F's Brabham BT44 B versus Bacho Grains Parnelli 4 PJ4. Both classic choices but very different vibes. The Brabham has that historic charm and perhaps a bit more agility. But the Parnelli might surprise us with some raw power and a bold move. Honestly, it could go either way. But I have a sneaky feeling the Brabham might edge out just because of its reputation for handling tight corners. We'll see if the Parnelli can defy expectations and put on a show. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Nashville Superspeedway infield track, and leading the pack is Scorched Log in a classic 1975 BRMP 201. Looks like they've got pole position and are ready to take a commanding lead. Stay tuned. Emphatic is leading the race, sitting comfortably at the front. Baco Grande is right behind in second place, trying to catch up. Double is in third, not far off the pace. Baco Grande is now in first place. Deca Atiguerdo has climbed to fourth. Jordan F and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for fifth. Scorched Log is storming ahead to take the lead. Diogine Americos is closing in fast behind. Yabuer Rwanda is making a bold move, climbing up to third. Things are heating up at the front. Max Spirley is climbing up to 13th place. Waffling Godders is making a move to 19. Baco Grande is sneaking into 20. Looks like some steady progress. Telescope Beim is climbing up to 14th place. Waffling Godders is making a move to 18th place. Emphatic is advancing to 21st place. Scorched Log is gaining on Shoot 'em Up fast, just a few seconds behind now. Sukstakat is closing in on Exitapsambonkiks with the same speed. Cloudy has climbed one spot to 9th place. Singoshi is closing in on Mattisbury, cutting the gap by 7.1 seconds. DCK Paitsi Rogerts is hot on Singoshi's heels, closing in by 6.8 seconds. Marty Freeze is gaining on Global Sexo, reducing the distance by 6.2 seconds. Shoot 'em Up just overtook the Chaotic Weirdo, and is now in 29th place. They're nose to nose, so expect some fireworks soon. Waffling Godders and Telescope Beim are neck and neck for 14th place. Double and Aussie 2002 are locked in a close fight for 24th. The Chaotic Weirdo just gained one spot and is now in 29th. Cloudy is climbing one spot to take 9th place. Ebony Shadow and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Waffling Godders is also gaining ground, moving up one spot to 14th. Ebony Shadow climbs to 9th place. Globus Ellis moves up to 10th. Telescope Beim and Waffling Godders are nose to nose for 14th. DKK Rogerts and Singoshi are nose to nose for 5th place. Cloudy and Global Sexo are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Double is climbing up the ranks, now in 23rd. Marty Freeze just sneaked into the top 10, knocking someone down a spot. Global Sexo and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for that position. Waffling Godders is inching closer to Max Spirley, closing the gap by a second. Nula V and Maya are neck and neck for 7th place. Telescope Beim and Waffling Godders are fighting hard for 14th. Emphatic just gained one spot and is now 19th. Mattisbury is gaining on Yaba Rwanda, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ebony Shadow is narrowing in on Nulavi, cutting the gap by 1 second. Sukstarkat is climbing up 1 spot to 15th place. Wanger 94 is in the Williams FW04, starting in 14th place. They're currently in 17th, with a best lap of 1 minute, 4.73 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Gaudi and Global Skill are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Wafflingotters just snuck into 13th and is making a move. Henfatic is climbing up to 19th, inching closer to the pack. Congratulations to Scorched Log on winning the race. Looks like they really scorched the competition. Well done! Welcome back, Forsengo. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some high-speed robot madness on the track today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Wow! Congratulations to Scorched Log for winning the race. That was an incredible display of skill and speed. Looks like they really have the hang of this AI racing thing. Kudos to you, and I can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. A fun fact about the F1 1996 racing car class is that it was the last year before the big rule change that restricted car aerodynamics. So, teams were still going all out with those massive wings and complex aerodynamics to find any tiny edge they could get. Imagine how much more creative and wild those designs looked back than compared to today's more streamlined, tech-heavy cars. It's like the Wild West of F1 car design. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, and I don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the throwback race. Both cars hail from the mid-90s, but the Ligier JS43 and the Benetton B196 are pretty different beasts. Lady Gami's Ligier might have some vintage charm, but it's not exactly known for blistering speed. The Bone 196, on the other hand, was driven by Michael Schumacher and had some serious performance potential back in the day. Given that, I'd probably put my chips on Dank Nuggins and the Benetton. The Bone 196's aerodynamics and engine power could give it the edge on Bridgehampton's twists and turns. But hey, it's AI, so who knows? Anything can happen. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bridgehampton and our favorite Maya in the 1996 Benetton B196 is starting at the very front. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position. or if the AI will surprise us. Maya has shot off the line and taken the lead. Ladygami is right behind in second place, and Dank Nuggins is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Cap'n Trippy just sneaked into 7th place. Flanky Frankie and Blackbeard are nose to nose for 9th. Hikorian Zan and K Boomper are locked in a close fight for 12th. Flanky Frankie just sneaked into 9th place. Blackbeard and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for 9th. Vargana Svet is climbing up to 13th. Autoliatorius and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose for 3rd place. Blackbeard is climbing up to 9th. Reineki is making a move to 14th. Cap'n Trippy and Mr. Rosh are nose to tail for 6th place. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 19th. Amy and Nesseruxloud71 are locked in a close fight for 21st. Dank Nuggins is climbing to 2nd place. Autoliatorius and Platigami are still neck and neck for 3rd. Mr. Rosh is also making a move, now in 5th. Autoliatorius is climbing up to 3rd place. Lecroson 1980 and Mr. Rosh are nose to nose for 5th. Reineki and Kegwampa are locked in a close fight for 13th. Ladygami is really having a rough time dropping to 16th place. Mr. Rosh is climbing up to 4th place. Cap'n Trippy is also making moves up to 5th place. Ladygami is really having a tough time falling back to 30th place. Lecroson 1980 is making a little progress up to 6th place. Kabumper is climbing up to 12th place, not bad at all. Flanky Frankie just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Blackbeard and Flanky Frankie are nose to tail for that 8th spot. Reineki is also making moves, climbing into 12th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Cap'n Trippy and Mr. Rosh are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amos Gordon is climbing 2 spots to reach 13th. Vaname 1857 and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose for 18th. Mafia Mavi and Ashanriton are nose to nose for the 17th spot. Lemon Coat Games and Amy are locked in a close fight for the 20th position. Imboost Platinum is climbing up 1 place to 23rd. Imboost Platinum is driving a Williams FW18 and is currently in the 23rd position. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace for their position. Cap'n Trippy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Mr. Rosh and Cap'n Trippy are nose to nose fighting for that 4th spot. Flanky Frankie and Viola Tamama are locked in a close duel for 7th. Cap'n Trippy is getting closer to Autoliatorius, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amos Gordon is climbing up to 12th place. Hikori Hamsam is making a move to 15th place. Gordon is closing in on Vargala Svet, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Ixajax and Imdas Platinum are locked in a tight battle for 23rd place. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Amazing job. And for the fastest lap, Maya, you get to claim the classic 1996 Benetton B 196. That's a real beauty. Can't wait to see you take that for a spin. Sure thing. Did you know that Ibisu West is famous for its drifting events and sharp corners? It's like the playground for car enthusiasts who love to slide their wheels around. It's got that perfect mix of challenge and fun that keeps drivers coming back for more. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to have your favorite car hit the track. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Rex Nazura in a 1999 Dodge Viper GTS. ACR, that car is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. But it's a bit older and might be a little heavy for tight corners. On the flip side, Orange Funk is in a 27 Lotus 211, which is all about lightweight, agility, and precision. Honestly, I'd say the Lotus might have the edge in a track like Ibisu West, especially with its focus on cornering and speed through twists. But don't underestimate the Viper's brute force. It could surprise us if it manages to get a good run on the straights. All in all, I think the Lotus has a slight advantage in this more technical setting. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Let's see if the big American muscle can shake things up. Alright, folks, Kermit Media is on pole with a 2002 Chevrolet Corvette C5Z06. Classic American muscle ready to tear up Ibisu West. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Kermit Media is leading the race. Rex Nasser is right behind in second, and Orange Funk is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Amy is climbing to 7th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 10th. Hondan has moved up to 11th. The track's tight corners are favoring the top contenders, keeping them close. Overtakes are tricky, so position stability is key. The modern street cars seem to dominate with most top positions, probably thanks to better handling and tech. The track's tight corners favor nimble cars, but the retro class isn't far behind, showing some surprises. Boursengo is driving a 2006 Volvo A60R, known for its turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive. Looks like they're holding steady in 10th place, not making much noise but staying in the mix. Uncle Tobin is driving a 2005 Subaru Impreza WRX STIE. Looks like he's holding steady in 10th place, not making any dramatic moves so far. HP Lootcraft is driving a 2005 Alfa Romeo Briardet. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding a decent position but might need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. Nesirox Lod 71 is driving a 2001 BMW M3E46, a classic that still packs a punch. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid performance so far. Orange Funk is driving a Lotus 211, known for its lightweight and agility. They're holding a solid 3rd place, just behind the Viper and Corvette. Looks like they're trying to stay in the mix, rather than push for the lead. Boursengo is driving a 26 Volvo S60, known for its turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive. They're currently in 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time. Looks like a steady race for now. Maya is driving a 2001 Mercedes-Benz AOK 55 AMG, starting from 5th place. She's currently in 4th, which means she's gained a spot. Her lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, but she's holding her own. Looks like she's trying to make a move. Boofy 19 is driving a Honda SXR GT from 2005. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Boofin 18 is driving a Honda SXR GT from 2005. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front pack. Wow, Hermit Media took the win. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, Hermit Media took the victory. Congrats on that impressive win. You totally earned it. And for Amy, with the most overtakes, you get to claim a 20,005 Honda NS X RGT. That's a pretty sweet prize for being the overtaking champ. Enjoy cruising in style. Well, here's a fun fact for you. The Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez vintage track is actually named after two famous Argentine racing legends. Oscar Galvez was a legendary driver who won numerous national titles, and Juan Galvez, his brother, was equally impressive with multiple race wins. It's like a family tribute in the racing world. And the vintage track itself has a charming history, with some sections that make you feel like you've stepped back in time, reminding us that racing has always been a mix of speed, skill, and a dash of nostalgia. Alright everyone, buckle up because the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance, or else you might end up with the one nobody wanted. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow, we've got a classic Porsche versus that wild French machine, the Gillet Vertigo. Both are pretty unique choices, but I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge here. It's a proven performer with some serious racing pedigree, especially on a vintage track like Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez Vintage. The Vertigo is definitely a wild card, but unless it's got some secret tricks up its sleeve, I'd put my money on Amy's Porsche to take the win. Either way, this is going to be interesting to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez Vintage, and Amy setting the pace on pole position in a classic 2004 Porsche 91199 6 GT3 RSR. Let's see if she can keep that lead, or if the others will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by yours truly in second place. Akvaithi is right behind in third, ready to make some moves. Akvaithi and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Suksterkat is climbing up to fifth. Belthanet the Beast is also making moves into sixth. Akvaithi and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Wangatang 7, 272, just gained one spot to sit in 10th. Ashanaritan and Strutting Jarla locked in a close fight for 14. Vanoni 1857 is climbing up to 11th place. Aceroni and Vanoni 1857 are locked in a close fight for that spot. Strutting Jarl is also advancing, now in 13th. Wanga Tangsaven 272 is climbing to 8th place. Aceroni is now in 12th. Strutting Jarl is just behind in 13th. Nezaroxlot 71 climbs to 6th place. Dirok Official moves into 7th. Wanga Tangsaven 272 advances to 8th. The race is heating up. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 11th place. Venona 1857 is also making a move to 12th place. Asheneriton is sneaking into 13. Looks like everyone's in a little race to the middle. Strutting Jarl is driving a 24 Toyota Corolla de Corolla. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Forsengo just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Agvaithi and Forsengo are nose to tail for 3rd. Wanga Tangsaven 272 and Dirok Official are fighting hard for 7th. Ashenariton and Vanoni 1857 are nose to nose for 12th place. Belthina Beast is chipping away at Basket and T, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Borsengo just snuck into 2nd place. Banga Tangsaven 272 and Dirok Official are nose to nose for 7th. Ashenariton is climbing up to 12th. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars like the Gillette Vertigo and the Porsche 911. The longest straights might give the faster GTS like the Ascari and Ferrari a slight edge. Maya is now in 2nd place, creeping closer to the leader. Asuroni is chipping away at Peroga Mirzash's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Belthanet the Beast is hot on Baskitten V's tail, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Zugstakat is climbing up to 3rd place. Akvaiti is now in 4th. Nesseroxlud 71 is knocking on the top 5 door. The track's tight corners are favoring the more agile cars, helping the front runners stay close. Nesseroxlod 71 is gaining on Agvaithi, closing the gap by 1 second. Belthanet the Beast is catching up to Baskitten V, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Zugstakat is climbing up to 2nd place. Akvaithi is getting closer to Maya, chopping down the gap by 1.4 seconds. Belthanet the Beast is on the hunt for Baskitten TV, closing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Asheneriton and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose for 10th. Belthanet Beast is inching closer to Baskitten T, closing the distance by over a second. Maya is gaining on Amy now just over a second behind. Akvaiti has overtaken someone to sit in third. Nesrokslad 71 is closing the distance on Zugstercut, cutting the gap by a notable 2.2 seconds. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone and took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Amy, you really crushed it out there. Congratulations on winning the race. You earned it. And let's give a big shout out to Amy for getting the fastest lap. That's some seriously impressive driving. You can claim the 2004 Porsche 91199 6 GT 3 RSR Nesrokslad 71. You also did an amazing job with the most overtakes. That's some bold driving right there. You get to claim the 28 BMW Z4 M Coupe G3. Nice work, both of you. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1995 Nissan Skyline R33LM Nismo 08. Did you know this car was built for the Japanese Grand Touring Championship and was meant to be a super advanced racing version? It was so specialized that it actually had a unique aerodynamic package and was heavily modified for endurance racing. Basically, this car is like the ninja of the Skyline world. Sleek, stealthy, and built for some serious speed. Unfortunately, only a handful were made. So it's pretty much a rare gem for car collectors and racing fans alike. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen before the race begins. Don't leave me hanging here with no car to cheer for. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. Achirona 92's got a 1995 Audi RS2 Avant, which is a pretty legendary car for its time, known for its turbocharged engine and all-wheel drive. It's like the superstation wagon of the 90s, so it's got some serious grip and power. On the other hand, Papa Keksi is driving a 1994 Volkswagen Golf Volt R6, which is a fun little hatchback with a sporty engine, but it's not exactly known for its raw power or stability at high speed. Based purely on the car's specs and legacy, I'd say Archeron 92's Audi has the edge, especially on a track like Bahrain, where handling and speed matter a lot. The Audi's all-wheel drive system and turbo boost could give it the advantage in those tight corners and straightaways. That said, it's always fun to see how the drivers handle what they've got. So I'd put my money on Archeron 192 winning this race. But hey, surprises happen, especially with classic cars like these. Alright folks, We're kicking off at Bahrain with Zabrandigan leading the pack in a classic 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo. That's quite the vintage speedster to watch up front. Stay tuned to see how these retro rides handle the race. Asuroni has taken an early lead. Zabrandigan is holding strong in second, and James Nisk is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Nesseroxo 71 is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 12. Podiafro is also making moves, gaining 3 places to 21 Dawa. Nergutsu is climbing 2 spots, now in second. James Nisk just overtook someone to take third place. Frogsworth is also climbing up to fourth. Zabrandigan and Frogsworth are nose to tail for that fourth spot. Looks like a battle is brewing. Two Peasant Podcast is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. Captain Canadian is also making moves, now in 7th after gaining 2 spots. Maya and Trifananani 3 are nose to tail for 9th place. 2Ps and Nesseroxloud 71 are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Hot Bolognese just gained 1 spot to 15. Hot Bolognese and Vodka Monin are battling it out for 14. Wild Kevinona is really having a rough time dropping 9 places to 26. Nigurgutsu is holding strong at the front, climbing 1 spot to take the lead. Frogsworth and James Nisk are neck and neck for third, giving us a nice close fight. Asuroni and Mirgutsu are nose to nose at the front. Frogsworth just overtook someone to grab third place. Captain Canadian is climbing up to 6. Things are heating up. Asuroni takes the lead, claiming first place. Frogsworth and Mirgutsu are still nose to nose for second. Maya is closing the gap on Amy by a second. 1, inching closer to a showdown. James Nisk is climbing up to third place. Brooksworth and James Nisk are nose to tail for that spot. Maya and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Nigutsu and Asuroni are still neck and neck for first place. Captain Canadian just overtook 1 car to claim the 5th spot. Maya is climbing up to 7th place, inching closer to the top. Frogsworth is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Nirgutsu and Frogsworth are nose to nose for that position. Captain Canadian is chipping away at James Nisk, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Achiro 92 and Autumn Thunderbird are neck and neck for 15th place. Vargalasvet just gained 1 spot to move into 18. Botgamoning and Vargalasvet are battling hard for 18th as well. Frogsworth takes the lead, climbing to 1st place. Nirigutsu follows closely behind, now in 2nd. Equinox still advances to 10th, making a little progress. Nesseroxo 71 is climbing up to 11th place. Trifananity 3 is right behind, both fighting for that 10th spot. Hot Bolognese has gained a position, now, in 16th. Nonstop 21 advances to 11th place. Forte Afro climbs to 13th place. Forte Afro and Trifaninti 3 are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Equinox Duo just overtook someone to take 9th place. The battle between Amy and Equinox Duo for 9th is heating up. Forte Afro is climbing to 12th place. James Misk is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is making the move up to 5th. Zap Brandigan is closing in fast, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Captain Canadian is climbing to 5th place. Tupazanda Podcast is now in 7th. Nonstop 71 has moved up to 10th. Tupazanda Podcast is climbing to 6th place. Maya and Tupazanda Podcast are nose-to-nose for that position. Nonstop 71 is chopping down the gap to Equinox 2 by 1.5 seconds. Equinox 2 was closing in on Zabrandigan, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Archerona 192 is climbing up to 14th place. Bot Gamoning is advancing to 16th place. Flaming Buddha just sneaked into the 12th place. N Body Notes is climbing up to 22nd. N Body Notes and Smurf 20 are nose to tail for 21st. Tupazanda Podcast is closing in on Captain Canadian, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Equinox 2 is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 8th place. Zabrandigan and Equinox 2 are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Forte Afro and Nonstop 71 are nose to tail for 10th place. Vargala Svet just nudged up 1 spot to 16th. Trifaninity 3 and Vargala Svet are locked in a close fight for 16th. James Misk is closing in on Mergutsu, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are battling hard for 2nd place. Captain Canadian and Asioroni are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Wow! Frogsworth really hopped to the front and took the win. Nice job! Wow! Frogsworth really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on that well-deserved win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off in a big way. Great job to Frogsworth. They definitely earned it today. Here's a fun fact about the Sepping track. It was designed by a German former F1 driver named Hermann Tilke. And it's so challenging that even the most experienced drivers sometimes find themselves caught out by its tricky corners and long straightaways. It's like a playground for racing fans who love a good mix of speed and strategy. Hey there, Naga77. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Ready to see some cars zooming by? Wow, we've got some real classics going head-to-head on Sepang. Maya, with that vintage Holden Monaro, is probably going to have a lot of style, but might struggle a bit with the modern tracks. Buckybird's Chevy Seta Nova SS, although slightly older, has that raw muscle car vibe that could surprise us. Honestly, if we're betting on sheer power and a little bit of that old school muscle, I'd lean toward Buckybird. But Maya's got the charm, and you never know. Sometimes a well-handled classic can outmaneuver the speed demons. So, who do I think will win? I'd put my money on Buckybird, but I'll be watching with popcorn just in case Maya pulls off a vintage upset. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Sepang, and leading the pack is a deluxe combo and a 1971 Ford Falcon. Looks like vintage muscle is all set to make a statement right from the start. Deluxe combo has shot to the front, holding the lead. Terran Mitsiroazes is right behind in second place. Wrestling 567 is in third, trying to keep up with the top two. Terromancirosis just took the lead from Deluxe Combo. Looks like the battle for the top spot is heating up. HP Lootcraft is closing in on the top three, inching up one place. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Strutting Jarl is right behind, also up 3 spots to 7. It's Bumblebee is making a move, jumping 3 places to 9th. The race is heating up. HP Lootcraft has just taken the lead and is now in first place. It's Bumblebee has moved up to 8th place. It's Bumblebee and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Wrestling 567 and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy just made a move to 5th. Bumblebee is climbing up to 7th. The race is heating up. Knaga77 is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang Dewatan. They're currently in the 18th spot and seem to be hanging around the back, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Amy is now in 3rd place. Strutting Jarl has moved up to 7th. Beamstreams is gaining on Buckybird, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Mr. Roche is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon and is currently in 9th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. Cheryl Cirrhosis just overtook Amy for second place. Strutting Jarl holding off Mr. Rush for fifth. The race is heating up at the front. Cheryl Cirrhosis and Amy are neck and neck for second place. Strutting Jarl just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Mr. Rush and Strutting Jarl are battling hard for fifth. Strutting Jarl is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon and is currently in fifth place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Mr. Roche is charging forward into third place now. Its Bumblebee is not holding back either, climbing 4 spots to fourth. Deluxe Combo is having a rough time, dropping down to 18th. Cheryl Neurosis and HP Lootcraft are neck and neck for first place. Maya and Cheese and Dash Hour are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Cheryl Neurosis is now in first place. Ragu has climbed to 8th place. And Maya is now in 10th place. Lin Lilac and Wrestling 567 are neck and neck for 8th place. Nya and Lin Lilac are battling hard for 9. Anaxagorax and Buckybird are locked in a close fight for 14. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now in 5th place, climbing up nicely. Beanstreams is in 12th, making small gains. Anaxagorax is in 14th, inching forward. Wrestling 567 is gaining on Fragout, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Knalga 77 is inching closer to Buckybird, not giving up the chase. Wrestling 567 is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang and is currently in 10th place. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Anaxagorax is right behind Serpothree now, closing the gap. Knalga 77 is hot on Buckybird's tail, both making moves. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Strutting Jaw is now 5th, inching closer to the top. Ragul has moved up to 6th, making a little noise. Amy is closing in on Mr. Roche, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya is now in 9th place, closing the gap. Amy is holding strong in 3rd. Lin Lilac is creeping up to 7th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 9th but still has a shot if Buckybird keeps struggling with that last place. Buckybird's way behind and looks like a long shot to catch up. Its Bumblebee is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of 2:39.788. So they're pushing hard but still a few spots behind the leaders. Sir Prothry is driving a 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. Their race looks rough, currently in 15th place, and quite a bit behind the leaders. Deluxe Combo is gaining on Buckybird with a 5.2 second gap mid up. Strutting John and Mr. Roche are fighting for 4th place. Wrestling 567 is closing in on Maya by 1/4 seconds. Wow, Cheryl Mitsiroses, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Congratulations to Cheryl Mitsiroses on winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You really showed those cars who's boss. Now a big shout out to Amy for setting the fastest lap. Great job! You've earned yourself a classic 1968 Holden Monaro from the SCCAA. And of course I'm thrilled to say I've claimed the win in the bet race, so I'll be adding that same vintage Holden to my collection. Guess I'll be driving in style next time. Sure thing. Did you know that Brands Hatch GP track is famous for its tricky turns and elevation changes? It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits, making every lap a thrilling challenge for drivers. It really keeps us on the edge of our seats. Ooh, this is a classic battle of the vintage versus slightly less vintage. Cherufa Kitten's Cupra Type 61 Monaco. Montine 65 is a charming little car with a lot of character. It could surprise us with some nimble moves around Brands Hatch. Meanwhile, Plebis 3's 1973 Arkham F16 has a few more years on it, likely giving it a bit more power and stability. Considering the age and design differences, I'd probably lean toward Plebis 3's Arkham F16 for the win. But hey, vintage magic, and a good driver can sometimes turn the tide. Let's see if Cherufa Kitten can pull off a surprise, or if Plebis 3 takes the lead early on. Alright everyone. The Vintage Ultralights class is kicking off at Brands Hatch GP and Zufik is starting on pole with a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Looks like we're in for some retro racing action. Knauga 77 is leading the race right now, followed closely by Zufik in second place. Swell-Paced V is holding on to third, but not for long if the action heats up. Coffee Kitten and Swell-Placed V are nose to nose for fourth place. I am locked in a close fight with Baobai Biolab for seventh. Amy just took third, so she's climbing fast. Jerofa Kitten and Swell-Placed V are neck and neck for fourth place. Maya and Baobai Beolab are locked in a close fight for seventh. Tales of Strili and Lord Crespi are battling hard for 12th. Zufik takes the lead at the front. Jerofa Kitten climbs to fourth. Tainis and Maya sneaks into seventh. Looks like some strategic moves happening. Baobai Beolab and Naya are neck and neck for seventh place. Waffling Gutters is chipping away at Imdas Platinum's lead, closing the gap by 4 seconds. Waffling Gutters and Imdas Platinum are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Waffling Gutters is driving a 1967 Toyota 2000 GT, a classic sports car known for its sleek design and smooth handling. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is holding steady in third place. Swell-Placed Evie just overtook a racer to take fourth. Thebis 3 is also climbing up, now in 6th. Amy is closing in on the top spot. Cobber is climbing to 12th place. Tales of Strili is now 13th place. Both making moves, but still a long way to go. Neotexum just overtook Waffling Gutters for 14th place. Looks like the race for that spot is heating up. Swell-Placed V is in 4th place, driving a 1973 ARC F16. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Vintage Ultralights are dominating with the top 4 spots, likely benefiting from their lighter weight and agility on this track. The Group 3 cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the more powerful but less nimble setups. Maya is gaining ground on Plebis 3, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Knauga 77 is still hot on Zufik's tail, but the distance remains steady for now. Amy is comfortably in the lead, leaving the rest to chase her down. Baobai Beolab just overtook Jerofa Kitten, and now they are fighting for 7th place. Jerofa Kitten is trying to fight back, but Baobai Beolab is holding firm. Who will come out on top? Maya is right behind Plebis 3 now, just a second and a bit to go. Jerofa Kitten is on the move, climbing into 7th. Silhouette is chipping away at Baobai Beolab's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Neotexum is climbing up to 13th place. Imus Gordon is also moving up to 16th place. Both making some progress today. Tales of Strilly is driving a 1971 Mercedes-Benz 300S. Looks like they're hanging around mid-pack, just a few seconds behind the leaders. Not much action yet, but plenty of time to make a move. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the finish line was just a formality for you. Wow, Amy really pulled off the Triple Crown, huh? Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's some serious driving skill. Congrats to Amy for that incredible achievement. And good news for the other drivers too. Amy now gets to claim the vintage 1966 Chinook Mark II Nayani. Nice upgrade for Amy, I'd say. Who's next to step up and claim a car? Oh, everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Make your choice now or forever. Hold your peace in the race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, both of these cars are pretty much vintage Formula One classics from the late 90s, so it's going to come down to how well the AI handles them. The Sauber C17 was known for its solid balance and reliability, making it a real contender on a track like Road Atlanta Short. The Prosta P01, on the other hand, had some aerodynamic quirks, but was still a competitive car in its own right. Considering the tracks and the cars, I'd give the edge slightly to Thomas Moran in the Sauber C17. The combination of balance and reliability should help it navigate the twists and turns better. But then again, AI sometimes surprise us, so don't count out Dr. Monkey 13 just yet. Let's see how they rip through those turns. Alright everyone, Wise Attackaboyd is on pole in the F1 1998 class, driving that classic Stewart SF02. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead as the race kicks off. Boy has taken the lead right out of the gate. Penny 3 is holding strong in second place. Captain Trippy is currently in third, trying to keep up. Penny 3 takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Just Panchakis climbs 2 places, now second. Boy and Just Pankakis are nose to nose, fighting for second. Just Panchakis and Penny 3 are nose to tail for the lead. Jordan F has climbed into 8th place. Gamer Boss 72 is now in 10th, inching closer to the top 10. Drew192X is climbing up to 4th place. Captain Trippy and Drew192X are nose to nose for that spot. Jordan F is also making moves, now in 8th place. Frogsworth just sneaked into the 10th spot. Crazy Sweetbutt and Erotic are nose to nose for 19th. Game Koi Yusho is climbing up to 22nd. Boy is now in 2nd place. Drew192X has climbed to 3rd. Captain Trippy is in 4th. Looks like the top 4 are getting pretty cozy. Schmatz and Livid just made a move up to 5th place. Jordan F and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for 6th. Yuma's got a leads and Bleach Mepsi are locked in a close fight for 8th. Just Panchakis is climbing to 5th place. Jordan F is now in 6th. Max Spirally is making a move to 11th. Mr. Wolf J just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Looks like Mr. Wolf J and Max Spirally are neck and neck for 11th. Naga 77 and Erotic are also fighting hard for 20th. Unisgata leads and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 8th place. Gamer Boss 72 is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Rowdy Zarolf and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close fight for 13th. Unisgata leads is climbing up to 8th place. Frogsworth and Bleach Mepsi are still locked in that close fight for 9th. Wadso is inching up to 15th. Frogsworth and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 9th place. Rowdy Zarolf is climbing 1 spot to 13th. Amy is also on the move, advancing 1 position to 17th. Eganarite is really dropping back to 30. Just Panchakis is closing in on Cap Trippy, the gap shrinking by a second. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Just Panchakis is climbing up to 4th place. Jordan F and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for 5th. Knauga 77 is making a move to 19th. Eganite is closing in fast on Dr. Monkey 13, cutting the gap by 9.5 seconds. Frogsworth just moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Yang Yusho and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a fierce fight for 20th place. Schmerzen Live is climbing to 6th place. Frogsworth is now in 8th. Rowdy Zarolf is making moves to 12th. Mr. Wolf J and GamerBoss72 are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Maya and Aerotech are locked in a close fight for the 23rd position. Iraspecia and Maya are battling it out for the 24th place. Wow, Penny 3 just took the victory at Road Atlanta Short. Looks like someone was in a league of their own. Congrats on the win. Wow, Penny 3 really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that AI trying to outsmart each other finally paid off. Great job! Alright folks, get your choices in quick or sit back and watch the chaos unfold with whatever the AI picked for you. The clock is ticking, so don't miss out on your chance to influence this race. Well, both of these cars are pretty historic and classic, which makes this race even more interesting. The Brabham B24B is known for its innovative design and agility, especially on tracks like Ibisu West where quick turns matter. On the other hand, the Parnelli VPJ4 has its own charm with a bit more raw power. Honestly, I think the Brabham might have a slight edge because of its balance and handling. But don't count out the Parnelli. It's like a good old-fashioned underdog story. Either way, I'd say this is going to be a tight race, and I could see either one crossing the finish line first. Who do you think has the odds? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ibisu West, and leading the pack is the F1 car class, with Eker 77 on pole, driving the classic 1975 Hill GH1. Let's see if they can hold on to that top spot. AR77 is leading the race, followed closely by Emerald 498 in second place, and Grampy Jerf holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Akvaiti just overtook someone to take 8th place. Maya and Agavaiti are nose to nose for 8. Amy is climbing up to 12th. Neshtek is currently in 10th place, holding steady. Their Surtees TS16 is not leading but staying in the mix. Looks like a quiet race for now. The F1 1975 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track might be favoring the more agile cars like the Hill GH1. The slower cars are holding their own, so the track layout probably rewards handling over outright speed. Grampy Sheriff is driving a BRMP 201, a classic F1 car from 1975. They're holding a solid third place, so their race looks pretty stable so far. Car 77 is leading in the race with the Hill GH1 from 1975. Their car is known for its lightweight design and agile handling. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace so far. Amy is currently in the 13th place driving a Hill GH1. Looks like she's trying to catch up but still has some ground to make up. Knalga 77 is driving a Hill GH1. They're currently in 12th place, just ahead of Amy. Looks like a steady race but not quite challenging for the top. Nestic Surtees TS16 is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is a 11.095, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. The F1 1975 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track at Ibisu West is giving a slight edge to those with better handling and acceleration. The top positions are tightly packed, so any mistake or overtaking opportunity could shake things up. Aka 77 is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Knalka 77 is driving a Hill GH1. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more pace to catch up. The F1 1975 cars seem pretty evenly matched, but the track at Ibisu West is keeping the gaps tight. The mix of car types is causing some overtaking opportunities, especially for the more agile Hill GH1s. Buchitsero is driving the Shadow DN5, a car known for its sleek design and agility. They're holding steady in 7th, but their lap times suggest they might be struggling to keep up with the top contenders. Akviti is driving a Parnelli VPJ4, starting from 9th and currently in 8th. They're just behind the leaders and have the fastest lap among the Parnelli drivers. Looks like they're pushing hard. Igor Hamsam is driving a Ferrari 312it, and currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader, so they're holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. Maya is currently in 9th place with the Brabham BT44B. She's slightly behind the leaders but holding steady. Looks like a solid race so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the cars with better handling like the Hill GH1s, but the straight sections are giving an edge to the Ferrari and Williams. Akveti's car is a Parnelli VPJ4, starting 9th and currently in 8th place. They're just ahead of me and seem to be holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Wow, Icar 77 just took the win. Looks like someone was really feeling the need for speed today. Congrats on the victory! Wow, Icar 77 really showed the competition what they're made of. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally deserved it. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT. 480. It's got that perfect mix of power, agility, and that legendary Ferrari handling. Plus, on a twisty circuit like Alton Park International No Chicane, I think its sharp responsiveness and aerodynamic efficiency would give it a significant edge over the more muscle-bound or less nimble options. The Mustangs and BMWs are tough rivals, but I'd say the Ferrari's finesse will shine through in that challenging setting. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance before the countdown runs out. Don't miss out on the fun. Get your choices in before it's too late, and let's see which AI takes the crown. Alright, we've got Jay Boogie in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4 and Zasatur in a 2015 Nissan 370. Nismo GT4 racing at Alton Park International No Chicane. Both are sporty, but the Nissan 370Z Nismo tends to have the edge in a race like this with its more aggressive aerodynamics and slightly better power-to-weight ratio. The Hyundai is no slouch, but I'd give the slight advantage to Zasatur. Still, anything can happen in these AI races, so let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Alton Park International No Chicane. And leading the pack is Fishinks in a 2010 BMW N3 GT4. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position, or if the AI has other plans. Fishinks has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Lil Sprout is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Baobai Beolap advances to 6th place. Stabigale Killams climbs to 7. It's Bumblebee and Stabigale Killams are nose to nose for 7. Jay Boogie and Naga 77 are nose to nose for 9th place. Nick Taromov is climbing up to 17th. Gamer Boss 72 and Wannabe Kiddo are locked in a close fight for 20th. Stabby Guy Killens just edged out Baobai Beolab for 6th place. Knaga 77 and its Bumblebee are still neck and neck for 8th. Let's Go and Jebogi are battling hard for 10th. Knaga 77 and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for 8th place. Let's Go just gained 1 spot to 10th. Gamerboss 72 is climbing up to 19th. Celestia Linari is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156, a classic, but not the fastest on the track. They're currently in 23rd place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Knaga 77 is climbing to 8th place. Wanabikido and Unclearly Gaming are neck and neck for 20th. Celestia Linari is closing in on Wanabikido, trimming the gap by over a second. Sasatura and Jbuogi are nose to nose for 11th place. Wanabikido and Unclearly Gaming are locked in a fierce fight for the 20th spot. Knaga 77 is driving a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Sasatura and Jbuogi are nose to tail for 11th place. Tron and Nexaromovo are locked in a close fight for 17th. Sasatura is climbing to 11th place. AD Lead is narrowing the gap on Jbuogi by almost 2 seconds. Shran is making a move up to 17th. Let's Go is holding the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard but still in 10th. He might be saving fuel or just waiting for a final move. Edie Leith is driving a 2008 Lada 110S, which is not exactly a speed demon. They're currently in 13th place, but their fastest lap is a solid one, 41.373. Looks like they're holding their own in the WTC class. Unclearly Gaming is driving a Volvo S60 from 28. He's holding steady in the top 20 and just a little behind the leaders, but no real drama yet. Gamerboss 72 is driving a BMW 320 10TSI from 27. They're currently in the top 20, but their lap time suggests they're not quite as quick as some others. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Wanabikido is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in the last place among the WTC cars, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up. Amy is leading the GT4 class with a Ferrari 488 GT4. She's been quick with the fastest lap of 136.05 and currently in the front. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace and a comfortable lead. Jbuogi is driving a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4. They're currently in the 12th place, quite a ways behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, given their slowest lap compared to others. Stabigay Killums is driving a Maserati Gran Turismo MC from 2016. They're currently in 9th place, with a fastest lap of 136.623. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Drawer False is driving a 27 BMW 320 SI. Looks like they're hanging around the back of the pack. Not much action happening up front for them. Congratulations, Maya. Looks like your victory at Elton Park International No Chicane was well deserved. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow, what an incredible achievement by Maya! Winning the race, setting the fastest lap time, and making the most overtakes? That's a triple crown if I've ever seen one. Truly spectacular. Give her a round of applause, folks. And guess what? Maya has earned herself a shiny new 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. Just like that, she's got a new car to add to her collection. Who's next to claim a car? The race is heating up, so stay tuned. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI beauties race to victory. Wow, what a matchup! Kish with the classic 1990 Merkur X R4T. I versus Amy in the sleek 1999 Lotus Esprit GT1. The Merkur's got that vintage charm and might surprise us with some raw, old-school racing. But let's be honest, the Lotus is probably the more aerodynamic and modern choice, especially on a track like Circuit Paul Armagnac. Though, if I had to make a guess, I'd say Amy's Lotus has the edge in speed and handling. Still, with AI driving, anything can happen, and we might just see the Merkur pull off a surprise victory if it gets the right momentum. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Paul Armagnac, and look who's on pole. Gary 710 has the 1984 Ferrari 288 XX GTO ready to go. Let's see if that classic can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with the Amobias leading the pack, Gary 17 holding strong in second, and Amy right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just snatched second place. James Mayo is climbing to fifth. Keshk and James Mayo are nose-to-nose for 4th. Krish is climbing up to 3rd place. Gary 710 and Krikshke are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Maya is advancing to 6th. Mobius just made a move, but Amy is holding strong at the front. Meanwhile, Maya is trying to shake off James Mayo for 5th place. Things are heating up in the middle of the pack. Gary 17 and Krikshi are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Maya just slipped into 5th and is closing in. Girl of Diamond is making a move up to 9th. Maya advances to 4th place. Baobai, Biolab and James Mayo are locked in a close fight for 6th. Teonkle Yusho is chipping away at Nalga 77's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Girl of Diamond just gained 2 spots and is now in 7th place. Baobai, Biolab and Girl of Diamond are nose-to-tail fighting for 7. Lockton 7 and Alan 656 are locked in a close duel for 12. Baobai Biolab is climbing nicely to 7th place. Lockton 7 and Alan 656 are nose-to-nose for 12. Maya is gaining on Creek G, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Bleach Mepsi and Girl of Diamond are locked in a face fight for 8th place. Kyroscope and Cheese and Dash Hour are nose-to-nose for 15th place. Taknesty and Dongerson 3 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Kyroscope is driving a 1996 Vauxhall Vectra in the BTC class. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of a bunch of Vauxhall Vectras. Looks like a Vauxhall Vectra parade back there. Kishk is driving a Merkur XR 4 Ti, same as Mobius. Looks like they're holding their own in 4th place, just behind the leader of their class. Not bad for a car that's been around a while. Bleach Mepsi's climbing up 1 spot into 8th place. Girl of Diamond and Bleach Mepsi are nose-to-nose for 8th. Silver Gaming and Wood 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Inigo Pate is driving a Peugeot 406 from 1996. They're currently in the 15th place and seem to be closing in on the Vauxhall Vectra drivers ahead. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to go. Maya is now just a second behind Mobius. Gary 710 has climbed to 4th place, making some moves. Amy is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take the win. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly, you're in a league of your own. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. You definitely earned that victory. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to take home that sleek 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. Quite the classic, don't you think? And Amy, since you won the bet race, you've got your eyes on the 1999 Lotus Esprit GT1. That's a pretty sweet prize for a pretty sweet victory. Well done to both of you. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Time's almost up, so make those selections quick before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car battle it out on the track. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback battle. The Red Bull RB5 from 29 was a pretty mean machine back in the day, especially with that aggressive aerodynamics and a powerful engine. On the other hand, the Williams FW31, also from 2009, had some decent speed but was often seen as a good but not quite as dominant car. Given the history and the specs, I'd probably put my chips on Franquity and that sleek Red Bull. It's got a reputation for being a bit more aggressive in corners and straightaways. But hey, with AI at the wheel, maybe the Williams might surprise us with some clever moves. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Termas de Rio Hondo, and Rob Swizzle is starting on pole in that classic 2009 Ferrari F60. Let's see if he can hold on to the lead, or if those other cars are going to have something to say about it. Rob Swizzle is leading the race right now. Yabuari Rwanda is holding second place. Gary 710 is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Franquity is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. The Betty White Show and Gary 710 are locked in a close fight for third. Nauga 77 is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 8th. Nauga 77 and Bobardo are nose-to-nose for 7th. Bozo is on a roll, climbing 6 places to 9. Hopulanyeza is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to sit 11th. And Maya is catching up, passing 4 to land 13. Amy is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Bozo is dropping back, now in 15th. La Grantanchanta is making progress, now in 9th. The Grand Enchanter is closing in on Maracus, the gap shrinking by 1 second. Rumia Fizz 13 is climbing up to 15th place. Knalga 77 is also moving up to 16. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Maracus, closing the gap by 1 second. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing up to 14th place. Knalga 77 is also moving up to 15th place. Maracus jumps up 1 spot to 7th. The Grand Enchanter also gains 1 position. Now 8th. Hot Bolognese is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They're locked in a tight fight for 9th. Maracus and Apex Milkbag are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Rooney Fizz 13 is slicing through the field, closing in on the critical egg. And Maya just climbed 1 spot, now in 17th. The Betty White Show is climbing to 2nd place. Maracus is now in 6th. The Grand Enchanter has moved into 7th. The Critical Egg is driving a BMW Sauber F109 and seems to be having a tough time with a lap time of 1:28.3. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Rumi Fizz 13 is driving a Toro Rosso TR4 and seems to be stuck with a lap time of 99.9999, which means they are not actively racing right now. Looks like they're either out or just hanging in the back. Hot Bolognese climbs to 9th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is catching the Critical Egg fast, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Bozzo is inching closer to Franquetti by just over a second. Knalga 77 is driving a Force India VJN 022. They're currently in the 8th place, holding steady with a pretty quick lap time of 1 minute 23 seconds. Looks like they're trying to stay competitive. Knalga 77 is holding the fastest lap, but is in the middle of the pack. He needs to find a way to overtake some cars if he wants a shot at the podium. Rob Slizzle is leading in a Ferrari F60, and it looks like he's comfortably ahead with the fastest lap so far. His race seems smooth and in control. Maracus just sneaked into 5th place. The Grand Enchanter and Gary Seventon are nose-to-nose for 6th. Hot Bolognese and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 9th. Congratulations, Rob Slizzle. Looks like all that practice paid off. Now you can enjoy the sweet taste of victory. Well done. Wow, Rob Swizzle, you legendary. Congrats on taking the checkered flag. You really know how to leave the others in the dust. And a big shout out to Nolga77 for snagging the fastest lap. Perfect timing, my friend. You can claim the 29 Force India V JM022. I hope you treat it better than some of those real F1 teams treat their cars. And of course, congratulations to me for winning the bet race. That Williams FW31 is all mine now. A true classic. Guess I better start practicing my victory lap. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Acapone Raceway looks like a twisty technical course that would really test a car's ability to navigate tight corners and changes in direction. Speed is important, but if the car can't stick to the road and maneuver through the curves smoothly, all that power is just wasted effort. So, a car with good grip and responsive steering would be my top pick for this race. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choices quick, before the AI takes over the race. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Renault T4's Lamborghini Countach is a classic with some serious style. But it's not exactly the fastest kid on the block anymore. On the other hand, Tangaducky TTV's Vector W8 is a high-performance beast for its time. And it's got that raw power edge. If I had to pick, I'd say Tangaducky TTV might have the advantage here because of that power-to-weight ratio and the sleek design optimized for speed. But hey, the Countach is a legend, and could surprise us if it's feeling feisty. So, I'd place my bets on Tangaducky TTV to take the win. But I'll be watching closely to see if Renault T4 can carve out some magic with that iconic Lamborghini. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Acapone Raceway with Josh Biash, leading the pack in a classic 1993 Jaguar XJ220S. Let's see if that vintage speed can hold up. Josh Biash has taken an early lead. Icar77 is right behind him in second, and Hot Bolognese is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Shazi is climbing fast, now in 11th. Board Boy is making moves, now 15th. Icar77 is holding strong at the front, now in first. Renault T4 is on a tier climbing 9 places to 9th place. Lisa Shibi is gaining ground 2 spots to 5th place. Bleach Mepsi is inching up 1 spot to 15th place. Renault T4 just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Icar77 and Renok T4 are nose to tail in a fierce fight for first place. Shalesy has gained one spot and is now in 11th position. Ibra 77 and Renok T4 are nose to tail for the lead. Lisa Shibi just made a move up to 5th. Shalesy is climbing to 10th. Icarus 77 takes the lead, now in first place. Josh Byosh climbs to 2nd. AP Erdo moves up to 3rd. The top 3 are really jockeying for position today. Josh Byosh takes the lead and is now in first place. Lisa Shibi climbs up to 3rd. Wayne Bretsky advances to 9th. Wayne Bretsky and Le Croissant 1980 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Renok T4 is closing in on Platigami fast, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Apriturbo, closing the distance by 1 second. Wayne Bretsky just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Lord Crespi is climbing up to 13th place. Tanguduki DTV is catching up to Amy and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Renok T4 is gaining on Platigami and closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Lisa Shibi just overtook for 2nd place. Wayne Bretsky and I are still neck and neck for 7th. Pace CAR is closing in on Zotsfired, cutting the gap by over a second. Wayne Bretsky just snuck into 7th place. Lord Crespi and Pace CRR are nose to tail for 12th. Looks like a close one. Rhino is in the lead for the final lap, but Tanguduki is close behind in 18. Rhino's got the edge, but watch out for a late move from Tanguduki if Rhino slips. Lord Zekritzby is driving a 1993 Jaguar XJ220S, starting from the 15th position. Looks like they're making a move. Currently in the 14th place, so they're climbing up the ranks. Lord Zekritzby is climbing nicely into the top 10. Pace CAR and Zotsfied are nose to tail for 12th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Lord Zekritzby is gaining on Shalesy, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Bleach Mepsi has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Hot Bolognese is driving a Porsche 959 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is around 1 minute 56 seconds, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Apia Dope is gaining on Icar 77, closing the gap by 1 second. Lord Crespi and Shalesy are nose to nose for the 10th spot. Lord Crespi is climbing up to 10th place. Sunboard Bowie is now in 14th. Looks like both are making moves. Wow. Josh Byosh, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Josh Biosh really pulled off an impressive victory. Great job, you're showing everyone how it's done. Keep it up, and maybe next time you'll even beat your own record. Shorin! Did you know that the Mugello short track is actually a tiny slice of racing paradise right in Italy? It's like the sweet little sibling of the famous Mugello circuit, packed with twists and turns that even the smartest AI drivers struggle to master. It's got style, speed, and a whole lot of Italian flair. Perfect for some high-octane fun. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's the perfect moment. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. Tyrrell Mitsurosis in the classic 1999 Audi R8R is like bringing a vintage knife to a modern gunfight. It's a legendary car but might be a bit outclassed by the 2009 Audi R15 TDI driven by Biolab.Deck. The R15 TDI is newer, more aerodynamic, and likely has better tech under the hood. Honestly, I'd put my money on Biolab to take this one. But hey, racing's unpredictable and that vintage charm might just pull off an upset. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mugello short track with Nalga 77, on pole in the 2002 Audi R8, racing in the LMP 900 class. Let's see if that classic can hold its lead. Nalga 77 is leading the race right now. Jim Magichat is in second place, trying to catch up. Rusna Palm 6 is in third, hanging tight. The pack is still close, so expect some action soon. Nulavi and Belbai Biolab are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy is now in 4th. The race is heating up. Rosegod Gambin is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Schmerzenleib and Naturayun Lucky are nose to nose for 10. Darigao sneaks up 1 spot to 13. Gerald Midzirosis is climbing up to 6th place. Maya and Nulavi are still locked in a close fight for 7. Schmerzenleib is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 9th. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up one spot. Trash Crashton and Jamaxiate are nose-to-nose fighting for 13th. Spikles and Trash Crashton are also going at it for 14th. Amy is currently in 4th place with a 1999 ODR8C. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite in the top 3. The race seems tight behind the leaders. Mugello Short's tight corners are shaking up the order with overtakes happening left and right. The leaders are holding steady, but expect some chaos as everyone fights for space. Jagged Cat is closing in on Naga 77, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Spikles is climbing one spot to take the 14th position. Trash Crashton and Spikeballs are locked in a tight battle for that 14th spot. HP Lootcraft is driving a 2004 Maserati MC 12G T1. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last place among GTRs, and not making much progress. Jmaggy Chat is now in 1st place. Rusna Palm 6 has moved into 2nd. Amy has climbed into 3rd. The race is heating up. Knalga 77 is really having a rough time dropping back to 17. Amy and Rusnapalm 6 are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd place. Bao Bai Biola just gained one spot and is now in 4th. Gerald Mitsirosis is racing a 1999 Audi R8R. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap time among GTRs, so they're pushing hard. The Maxiite is racing a 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. They're currently in the 13th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, as their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Maya is holding steady in the top 10, just waiting for an opening. Amy and Dejaka are still nose-to-nose at the front. No clear winner yet. Naturally Unlucky and Rosagold Gaming are still locked in that close fight for 9th place. Spikles just gained a spot, now sitting in 13th, making moves. Naturally Unlucky just sneaks into the top 10. Jmaxiite and Derigos are nose-to-nose for 11. Jamaxiite is climbing to 11th place. Spikles and Derigos are nose-to-tail for 12th. Spikles is climbing up to 12th place. The Empress is closing in on Trash Crashton. The gap shrinking by over a second. They're locked in a fierce duel for 14th place. Trash Crashton just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Darigals and Trash Crashton are nose-to-tail for that spot. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to 15th. Congratulations to DJ Magicat on winning the race at Mugello Short. Looks like they really knew how to take the lead. Well done. Wow! Jamike Chet really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on winning the race, you definitely earned it. And congratulations to Baobai Biolab for winning the bet race. You get to claim that sleek 2009 Audi R15 TDI. Nice job. Amy, you also did an amazing job by making the most overtakes today. You get to claim the 1999 Audi R8C. Well done rallying through the pack. A fun fact about the GTS racing car class is that these cars are often quite the show-offs on the track with their sleek designs and powerful engines. They're like the sports cars of the racing world, and they manage to combine speed with style in a way that makes every race look like a high-speed fashion show. Plus, many of these cars are built for endurance, so they're not just fast, they can keep going strong for hours without breaking a sweat. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down fast, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. Get those choices in before the race starts, and let's see which one comes out on top. Wow, what a matchup. We've got Tyler with that classic Jaguar XKR GT3 and Detoxinans in a Ferrari F430 GT. Both are powerful machines, but the Jaguar has a bit of a vintage charm mixed with modern racing tech, while the Ferrari is all about that raw, Italian precision. Honestly, the Ferrari might have the edge in speed and agility because it's a more recent model with a reputation for being a speedy little beast. The Jaguar could throw in some surprises with its stability and endurance, but I'd bet Detoxin's Ferrari will cross the finish line just a tad ahead. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see which car's digital soul wins this round. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Chang Track and look at that. Knaga 77 is on pole, cruising in a classic 2007 Ferrari F430 GTC. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Knaga 77 has shot off the line into the lead. Maya is holding second, trying to keep up. Strutting Jarl is in third, not giving up just yet. Tyler Drums 31 just climbed one spot to 5th place. Looks like Tyler Drums 31 and Thomas Moran are neck and neck for 4th. Detoxinants and Tyler Drums 31 are also battling hard for 5th. This race is getting pretty crowded up front. Ablaz is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 6th. Iconic Odd is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th. Detoxinans is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 4th. Iconic Odd is climbing to 7th place. Mr. Knox has moved up to 9th place. Zikapal and Mr. Knox are nose to nose for 9th. Maya just overtook for the lead. Looks like she's got the momentum. Strutting Jal and Nalga 77 are nose to nose for 2nd place. Zikapal and Mr. Knox are swapping positions every corner in their close duel. Knalga 77 and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Thomas Moran is climbing to 7th place. Mr. Knox is also on the move, now in 8th. Ablaze and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Iconic Odd is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Amy is advancing 1 spot to 11th. Thomas Moran is really having a tough time dropping to 17. Yadi Anburn is on the move, climbing to 22nd after overtaking 3 cars. Knaga 77 and I are locked in a fierce duel for the lead, trading positions and keeping the excitement high. Cesatura is closing in on Lemon Cult Games fast, cutting the gap by nearly 13 seconds. Zikapal just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Amy and Frankenballs are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Baobai Beolab is making a nice climb up to 10th place. Mr. Knox is really having a tough time dropping to 28. Zikapal just moved up to 7th, so he's not giving up without a fight. Ablaz and Nitox are nose to nose for 4th place. Iconic Odd is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Ice and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 21st. Ablazi is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Ablaz and Strutting Jal are nose to tail, fighting for 3rd. Drankenbuds has gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Detoxins is closing in on Ablaze, cutting the gap by 1 second. They're battling hard for 4th place. Yerde Anburn and Quiz 44 are also locked in a close fight for 19. Mr. Knox is closing in on Xejax fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Bail by Biolab is climbing up to 9th place. Amy and Sikapal are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Jmagakat is closing in on Marty Freeze, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Amy just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Zikapal and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Mr. Knox is on the move, climbing up to 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ixajax is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Naga 77 is hot on my tail, shrinking the distance by a second. Iconic Odd just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Iconic Odd are nose to tail for 6th. Yadi Anburn is chipping away at Zasater's lead, closing the gap by a second and a third. Knalga 77 takes the lead, leaving the pack behind. Frankenbuds is closing in on Tylodrums 31, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. JD Anburn climbs 1 spot to 18. Strutting Jal is now in second place and closing the gap on the leader. Maya and Strutting Jala nose to tail. Looks like a battle for second is heating up. Biobi Biolab is gaining on Frankenballs, shrinking the distance by over a second. Wow, Knalga 77 just took the victory. Looks like someone was saving their energy for the perfect moment. Well done. Wow! What a fantastic victory for Knalga 77! Congratulations on that incredible win! You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Can't wait to see what you pull off next time. Sure thing! Did you know that the Auto 24 ring track is designed to resemble a giant roller coaster in its twists and turns? It's like the track decided to mix a race with a theme park ride. Definitely keeps the drivers on their toes or maybe just screaming in delight. Alright folks, time's running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to jump in. Don't make me choose a clunky old sedan for you because I will. Get your pick in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Zamun's Jaguar is known for its sleek design and decent speed, but the Ferrari from '57 is a legendary model with a reputation for agility and pure racing spirit. Given the Auto 24 ring's twists and turns, I'd say Tryhard Triade's Ferrari might have a slight edge, thanks to its lightweight build and race-tuned heritage. But who knows? Salmon could surprise us with a smooth, calculated run. Either way, this race promises some beautiful cars and a lot of excitement. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Auto 24 ring. And look who's on pole. That's Kyosify, in a classic 1954 Jaguar XK120. Guess old school style still has some speed. Kyosify has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Red Panda Man 84 is right behind in second place, and Naturally Unlucky is in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a promising start. Red Panda Man 84 takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Naturally Unlucky is right behind, inching closer to the front. Baobai Biolab is not far behind, climbing up to third. The race is heating up at the front. Lemon Cult Games is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Amy is inching up to 4th. Relaxed View is also gaining ground, moving into 5th. Gabby the Minimac is climbing up to 10th place. Stephen Brinkley and Begoldnet are nose to nose for 11th. Lemon Cult Games is chipping away at 96's lead, closing in by over a second. Relaxed View just overtook someone to take 4th place. Amy and Relaxed View are still nose to nose for that spot. I am climbing up 2 positions to sit in 6th. Relaxed View just overtook Amy for 4th place. Gabby the Minimac is climbing to 10th. The battle for 4th is heating up. Relaxed View just overtook someone to take 4th place. Yasnin Honey 6 is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Stephen Brinkley and Waldo are nose to nose for 11th. Gabby and Epic Sugar are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Yasnin 196 is closing the gap on Gabby by a 2nd and a 3rd. Stephen Brinkley just gained a spot and is now 11th. Honey 3 is climbing nicely to 15th place. Derletsko is also making moves to 17th place. Besed Nizartvu is sneaking into 18th. Looks like everyone's on the push. Gabby the Minimac just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Stephen Brinkley and Yes9 196 are nose to tail for 10th. Dr. Keep Sappleway and Stephen Brinkley are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Dr. Keep Sappleway is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 9. Baobai Deolab just gained 1 position to 2nd place. Relaxed View is closing in on Naturally Unlucky, shaving off 2.2 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Yesnit 196 is climbing to 8th place. Pani 3 is closing in on Besanis Auto, cutting the gap by over a second. Trehar Triad just moved up to 18th place. Naturalium Lucky is closing in on Bao by Biola, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Yesnin 196 and Kayasify are battling for 7th place. Dr. Keep Sapalewe just moved up 1 spot to 9th. Now Dr. Keep Sapalewe and Yesnin 196 are fighting it out for 8th. Yesnin 196 is climbing to 7th place. Dr. Keep Sapalewe is now 8th. Lemon Cult Games has jumped 2 spots to 10th. The Goldnut is driving a 1953 Fiat 850 GX Supersonic. They are currently in the 6th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their fastest lap is over a 150. Lemon Cult Games just nudged up 1 spot into 9th place. Kayosify and Lemon Cult Games are nose-to-nose for 9th. Gabitha Minimek and Dralitsko are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is closing in on Amy fast, just 2.8 seconds behind now. Dralitsko has climbed 1 spot to take 10th. Honey 3 is also moving up 1 spot to 15th. Red Pandamanity 4 and Amy are now nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. Amy just made a slick move to take the top spot from Red Pandamanity 4. Stephen Brinkley is climbing fast, now in 11th place, and looking to make a move. Well, look at that. Red Pandamanity 4 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow! Congratulations to Red Pandamanity 4. You really showed those virtual racers what's what. Now, for the lucky driver who scored the fastest lap, Baobai Biolab, you're in for a treat. You can claim the stunning 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray Dot. Classic and sleek, just like your racing style. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. It's known for its incredible hybrid technology and agility on tricky circuits. Plus, with all the twists and turns of the Camino Viejo de Montserrat extreme circuit, I think its combination of power and handling might just give it the edge. The Audi R18s are beasts too, but I feel like the Porsche has a slight advantage in this particular battle. Oh, this is a battle of Audi R8 teams. But the real question is which one's got the better AI personality? Both are the same model. So it's all about the nitty-gritty of their programming and that little bit of luck on Camino Viejo de Montserrat Extreme Circuit. I'm leaning towards Bao by Biolab's 2016 model, just because newer usually means a tad more refined. But hey, Mr. Wolf J's car might surprise us with some e-tron e-trickery. It's gonna be close, but I'm placing my bet on the slightly newer one. Let's see if the upgrade pays off or if the old favorite comes back for seconds. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Camino Viejo de Montserrat Extreme Circuit. Amy's leading the pack in her 2015 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, starting from pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that sweet spot. Amy is leading the race right now, followed closely by Babardo in second and Indigopic holding onto third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Thomas Moran and Indigopite are nose to tail for third place. K-Steflex just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Dr. Felix and K-Steflex are battling hard for sixth position. Dr. Felix has climbed one spot to sit in sixth place. Mr. Wolf J also moved up one spot and is now in 10th. Looks like some steady progress. Necrophantasm and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Zolich Hadadonity 1 is climbing up to 17. LXEXLAX making moves to 21st. Indigo Pete and Bobardo are nose to tail fighting for second place. Necrophantasm and Shalesy are locked in a close duel for 16th. LXEXL8 just climbed one spot to 20. Wayne Tr94 and LXEXX actually knows for that same position. Epic Sugar is also gaining ground, moving up 1 to 22. Aetherplasm is driving a 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid. They're currently in 6th place, so they're holding a decent position but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a steady race so far. Dr. Felix and Aetherplasm are neck and neck for 5th place. Squatbender and Alan 656 are trading paint for 14. Epic Sugar and Wayne Tr 94 are locked in a close fight for 21st. Dr. Felix is on a roll, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Battle by Beolap is also climbing fast, now in 4th after passing 4 cars. Basinid's Artwo is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 21st. Maya is now in 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Mr. Wolf J has moved up 5 spots to take 5th. Detoxness is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 7th. Alan 656 is on a roll, climbing 8 places now in 6 laps. Necrophantasm just gained 1 spot, sitting in 10th. Epic Sugar moved up 2 spots, now in 13th. Detoxness is driving a 21 Cadillac Northstar LMP. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Maya fast enough to make her sweat. K-Staflex is closing in on Alan 656, but still has some ground to make up. Alan 656 and Squat Bender are locked in a tight fight for the 16th place. K-Staflex is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over a second. K-Staflex just moved up 1 spot to 17th place. Dr. Felix is catching up on Alan 656, closing the gap by a second. Congratulations to Indigopet on winning the race. Looks like they took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow! Indigo Pete! Congratulations on taking the top spot. You must be feeling pretty good about that victory. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Theo by Biolab, you did an outstanding job. Winning the bet race and pulling off the most overtakes means you really showed some skill out there. Zoe, you get to claim a shiny 2016 Audi R18 LMP1. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now if you haven't already, or you're going to miss out on the chaos. Time's almost up, so get those selections in before the race starts. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE is known for its speed and agility, especially on tight turns. The Toyota FT1 GT is a solid car, but might be a bit behind in raw horsepower and cornering sharpness. If I had to guess, I'd say Dorogue's Ferrari might have the edge here, especially with its experience on the track. But hey, you never know with AI racing, right? Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Let's see how it plays out. Oh hi everyone, Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is kicking things off from the pole with a 2016 BMW M6 GT LM. Looks like they've got the early advantage on this Cleveland track. Let's see if they can hold on to it. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Iron Cross or Wooden Cross in second, and the Hyper 7 in third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. H2 Hova is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 9. Wrestling 567 is making a move, also up 3 places to 19. Whippiot 25 is catching up, gaining 3 positions to 21. Le Caillou is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take 4th. Dorogue is also making moves, jumping 4 spots to sit in 6th. YC Productions is gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to land in 16th. Simple Markers is climbing 1 spot to take the 17th position. Simple Markers and JC Productions are nose to nose for 16th place. Apex Milkbag is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 21st. Waffling Gotters is climbing up to 17th place. Simple Markers and Waffling Gotters are nose to nose for that spot. Nina My Styler 21 is inching up to 24. The track seems to favor the GTE cars with a tight pack at the front, but the TCRs are hanging in there, probably due to their agility. Yesterone 133,796 is just ahead of Wrestling 567 in that close fight for 22nd place. Our Pink Wolf and My Name Styler 21 are also neck and neck for 24th. Looks like the race is heating up in those spots. Bao Baby Olaf is now in 1st place. Wrestling 567 and Gesterone 133,796 are battling closely for 22nd. No overtakes yet, but expect some fireworks soon. Wrestling 567 and Gesterone 133,796 are neck and neck for 22nd place. Nara Pink Wolf just gained 1 spot to 25th. Mem Pink Wolf and Mina My Style 21 are battling hard for 24. With 3 out 25 is closing in on simple markers, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Apex Milkbag and Brando Buster are locked in a fierce duel for the 20th spot. Mina My Style 21 is making a move, climbing one position to 23rd. Jade Zelgaming is climbing up to 9th place. Maya and Ablaze are nose-to-nose for 11. Mer Pink Wolf and Mina My Style 21 are neck and neck for 23rd. Architect is driving a 2007 Honda Civic 8A. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with pace, given their lap time of over 1 minute 21 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a 2018 Peugeot 308 in the TCR Class Autostop. They're currently in the 18th position, with the best lap time just under 20 minutes. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. The GTE cars are clearly faster and more consistent, dominating the top spots. The track favors their power and stability, giving them an edge over the TCRs, which are more spread out and struggling with pace. Nonstop is climbing up to 12th place. Mina My Style 21 is gaining on just around 133,796, closing the gap by over a second. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd. Maya is closing in on Unstable, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mina My Style 21 is climbing up one spot to take 22nd place. Yes, around 133,796 and Mina My Style 21 are locked in a tight fight for 22nd. Abla Ass is climbing to 10th place. Unstable is closing in on H2 Hova, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Yes, to run 33. Now the 96 is moving up to 22nd place. H2 Hove is climbing up to 10th place. Architect is making moves towards 24th. Wrestling 567 is closing the gap on Cloud Surfer 69, but still a bit of a distance to cover. Welcome back to the stream, Naibe. Glad to see you've returned. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action, and maybe a few unexpected crashes along the way. Lokaiju is gaining on the Hyper 7 fast enough to make a move soon. Unstable just climbed one spot to 11th place. Not bad. Wow. Bao by Biolep, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow. Baobai Biolab really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations on dominating the race. That was quite the impressive display of skill from your AI. Looks like you've got the magic touch when it comes to racing. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that Terramestevio Hondo is actually known for its super unpredictable weather? 1 minute, it can be bright and sunny, and the next it's pouring rain. It's like the track has a mind of its own and keeps the racers on their toes. Perfect for some exciting surprises in our AI race. Hey everyone! The countdown is almost up, so make sure to get your picks in before it's too late. Don't leave your favorite car hanging. Well, looking at the stats, Baobai Biolab has a pretty impressive record with more races and a higher ranking. It seems like they have a bit more experience and success under their belt. Naibo, on the other hand, might be the underdog here with fewer wins and a lower rank. I'd say Baobai Biolab probably has the edge for this race, but you never know. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all and crosses the finish line first. So, I'd put my chips on Baobai Biolab, but I'll keep an eye out for some unexpected twists. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Terramestevio Hondo, and at the front we've got the Super Siggy class led by a 2000 Ferrari F333 ST. Starting strong on pole. Let's see if it can hold off the competition. Super Siggy has shot off the line and taken the lead. I'm holding second place, right behind them. Anonymous Ninity 3 is in third, trying to find a way around. The top three are already spreading out a bit. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to second place. Timborghini Tuba is also advancing, now in sixth. Leuum and Timborghini Tube are nose to nose for fifth. Connor Malady is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Bees McGee is also making the move, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 12th place. Baobai Biolab is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 17th place. Amy and Timborghini Tube are nose to nose for 4th place. Unstable is closing the gap on Naibi by a 2nd and a 10th. Cloudy climbs 1 spot to 8th. Cloudy and Unstable are now in a fierce fight for 7th. Amy and Timborghini Tube are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Unstable is chipping away at Nabi, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Conormality has climbed 1 spot and is now in 9th. Timborghini Tuba just overtook Amy for 4th place. Ice and Cloudy are nose-to-nose for 9th. Amy is trying to fight back, but still stuck behind Timborghini Tube. Naibe advances to 5th place. Timborghini Tuba and Naibe are nose-to-nose for 5th. Baobai Beolab is chipping away at Yesnin 196, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Timborghini Tuba and Naibe are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Ice and Cloudy are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy is closing in on Anonymous 93, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Timborghini Tuba and Naibe are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Ice and Cloudy are battling it out for 9th. Amy just overtook Anonymous 93 to take 2nd place. Unstable and Timborghini Tube are nose-to-tail for 6th. Amy and Anonymous Ninity 3 are still locked in a close fight for 2nd. Maya is closing in on an Anonymous Ninity 3, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Unstable is climbing up to 6th place. Beats with Kef is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11. Beats with Kef is climbing to 10th place. Leum is catching Yes 996, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Yes 996 is driving a 23 Subaru Impreza GT300. Their race seems to be a bit of a snooze fest with a slow lap time and a position in the lower half of the GTS class. Naiba and Maya are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Beats with Kef and Cloudy are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Leum is chipping away at Yesnin 196's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Wow. Super Siggy took the checkered flag. Looks like they were just too quick for everyone else. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Super Siggy did it. Big congratulations on that win. That was a race to remember. As for Naibia, great job on winning the bet race. You get to claim that sleek 2009 Audi R15 TDI. Nice prize for a job well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The twists and turns of Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Vintage require a car that can smoothly navigate sharp corners without losing speed. Acceleration and braking are important too. But the key is to have a car that sticks to the road and responds quickly to driver inputs. A well-balanced chassis that can handle those tight curves will make all the difference in coming out ahead. Alright, so Amy's tearing it up in the Ford Mustang while Mikkel Brokast is taking the Camaro for a spin. Both cars are pretty sporty, but the Mustang tends to have a more aggressive edge on tight corners. The Camaro is no slouch though, especially when it comes to straight line speed. Given the vintage Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, which has some tricky turns, and a little bit of everything, I'd say it's gonna come down to handling and finesse. I'd probably put my chips on Amy in the Mustang just because of its slightly better agility around those corners. But hey, with AI racing anything could happen. And the Camaro might surprise us with some raw power. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, Ramifis 13 is leading the pack on pole with the shiny 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Vintage track. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Ramifis 13 is leading the race, holding a solid first place. I am in second, trying to keep up. Igena Wright is right behind in third, already eyeing some overtakes. Maya is closing in on Ramifis 13. Globals Edzo just overtook Igena Wright for third place. The race is heating up with tight battles all around. Dank Nuggins is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 18. Christopher just nudged up 1 to 5th. Dishonored Fox also gained 1 to 15th. Now Dishonored Fox and Schmerzenleib are nose-to-nose fighting for 14th. Christopher is really having a rough time dropping to 12th. Broxworth is climbing steadily into 5th. Hemik Media is also making moves into 6th. Identity Nalin is 6th at Kitty's Diet. And to Kivi Kyle. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Nihil Broadcast is climbing to 7th place. Billy is now 12. Dishonored Fox has moved into 13th. Alien. Amy is in 8th place, driving a 2021 Ford Mustang. Looks like she's holding her position that hasn't made any big moves yet. Dank Nuggins is driving a 2015 Renault Clio 4 RS Cup Paddock. Looks like they're hanging back in 19th place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Chris Gopher just overtook Autumn Thunderbird and is now in 15th place. They are still close together, so expect more action soon. Maya is battling to regain ground after dropping to 9th place. Globals is climbing steadily into 2nd. Eganarite is also making a move into 3rd. Leech Mepsi is gaining fast on Maya, now just under 12 seconds behind. Maya is inching closer to Chosen's coast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Dishonored Fox has climbed 1 spot into 12th place, making some moves. Chris Gopher is climbing up to 12th place. Dishonored Fox and Chris Gopher are battling for that same spot. Taknasty is catching Schmerzen live, closing the gap by over a second. The Trans M cars are dominating the front with clear speed advantage, while the TCE class is struggling to keep up and spread out. The vintage track seems to favor the muscle cars over the smaller, less powerful TCEs. Generite and Global Scale nose to nose for 2nd place. Chris Gopher is catching up to Blaming Buddha fast, the gap shrinking by 2 seconds. Taknasty is also on the move, closing in on Schmerzen live by nearly 2 seconds. Leech Mepsi is closing in on Chosen's coast, cutting the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Eganarite just moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Globo's Excel and Eganarite are locked in a fierce duel for the runner-up spot. Amy is on fire, now in 2nd place. Chosen's coast is climbing fast into 6th. Rumia Fistatin is dropping back, now in 7th. Chris Gopher is climbing to 8th place. Leech Mepsi is now 9th. Blaming Buddha is knocking on the door of 10th. Chozang's coast is chipping away at Hermit Media's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Billy has climbed 1 spot to 12. Schmerzen Lieb is also up 1 spot, now in 13. Hermit Media is sitting in 5th, but just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late charge. Niku Broadcast is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Dank Nuggins is climbing 1 spot to reach 16. Flanky Frankie is also moving up 1 spot to 19. Congratulations, Eganate. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest in the vintage crowd. Well done. Wow! Iginnerite really took the checkered flag. Congrats to them on that win. As for the drivers ready to claim a car, Amy won the bet race, and can now boast a 2021 Ford Mustang Trans Am 21. Nice choice, Amy. Get ready to take that beauty home. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Queensland Clubman is a tight and twisty circuit that demands precise cornering and quick responses. Speed alone won't cut it here. The car needs to be nimble enough to navigate the narrow curves smoothly. A good balance of grip and steering feedback would be essential to stay competitive and avoid scrubbing off too much time in the corners. Though, in this race, making sure the car handles like a dream is probably the most valuable performance trait. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks fast before the AI cars blast off without us. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the race. Alright, we've got Famaka in a classic Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX and me in a BMW M1E26 March, both from 1979. Now when it comes to racing, the car's heritage and design can really shake things up. The Monza GTX is a muscle car with some serious attitude, but the BMW M1 is a true sports car with sleek engineering and agility. Given that, I'd probably lean towards the BMW for its balance and handling. But, hey, with a muscle car like Famaka's, anything can happen if it gets a good launch. This race is shaping up to be a fun showdown. Let's see who takes the lead. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Queensland Clubman. Nadisbury is starting on pole in a classic 1980 Ford Capri Zaxby. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead. Matthew Saurus Rex has taken an early lead. Nadisbury is holding strong in second, and Rexenzerer is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. Rexenzerer is climbing to second place, and Fatik is also advancing to 8th place. Maya and Henfatik are nose-to-nose for 8th. Ix Ragnaroks is climbing to 3rd place. Maya and Henfatik are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Ropswizzle is inching up to 10th. Maya is climbing 2 spots to 7th place. Henfatik and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. Spear Like Hail is gaining 1 spot, now in 11th. Amy just gained a spot, now in 8th. Spear Like Hail and Robswizzle are nose-to-nose for 10th. Looks like a little tug of war there. Naiba and Mattisberry are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Henfatig and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Umka Tobin is climbing up to 12th place. Naiba is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Ropswizzle has moved into 9th place, also up 1 spot. Spear Like Hail is now in 10th place, gaining 1 position. Amy just sneaked into 7th place. TD61 is climbing to 15. Looks like the race is heating up. Waldo and Henfatig are nose to tail for 13th place. Nexaromaval just snuck into 15, climbing 1 spot. Famaka is driving a Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like a solid but not spectacular race so far. Nexaromaval is climbing up 1 spot to 14th place. Henfatig and Nexaromaval are nose to tail, fighting for 14th place. The tight corners seem to favor the older, more agile cars like the BMW M1 and the Ford Escort, while the longer straights might be benefiting the more powerful muscle cars. Waldo is driving a 1968 Dodge Dart, which is quite an old-school muscle car. They're currently in the 13th place, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Ropswizzle is driving a 1977 Jaguar XJ 12C Broadspeed. They're currently in 9th place, just ahead of the 2 Jaguars behind them. Looks like they're holding steady but not gaining much. Famaka is driving a Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979. They're holding steady in 7th place but are a bit behind the top contenders. Looks like a solid race so far. Naiba is driving a 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo, which is known for its balance and agility. They're currently in 3rd place, holding a strong position with a fastest lap, just over 56 seconds. Looks like they're pushing hard. Rexenserer is driving a classic Ford Escort Mark on a Zaxpeed from 1973. Currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady just behind Matthew's Saurus Rex, but no dramatic moves yet. Mattisberry is driving a Ford Capri Zaxpeed from 1980, starting in the lead, but currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite as fast as the front runners. Congratulations to Matthesaurus Rex for winning the race. Looks like all those practice runs paid off. Well done. Wow. Matthewsaurus Rex took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win. That was an impressive race. And a big shout out to Naibi for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim a 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo from Group 5 tier. Nice job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering stability because Spa Retro is all about those twisty, challenging turns that can make or break your race. Acceleration and top speed are important, but if your car can't stick to the road through those sharp bends, you'll lose precious time. So tuning for agility and grip is the way to go to stay competitive here. Alright everyone. The clock is ticking and the cars are nearly ready to hit the track. If you haven't picked your favorite yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't let your preferred car get snatched up by someone else. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow, with over 2,500 races under their belt. They're basically a racing legend in the making. I mean, 186 wins is no small feat, especially considering the sheer number of races. They must know Spa Retro inside out. On the other hand, we don't know much about Patsor, so I'd say the odds are pretty heavily in favor of our seasoned pro here. I'd put my money on the experienced driver taking the checkered flag today. But hey, stranger things have happened. So maybe Patsors has a few tricks up their sleeve? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Spa Retro and drawing the pole is the speedy driver in a 2009 Grand BGP 001. Let's see if they can keep that lead or if the other cars have tricks up their sleeves. Dre192Bix has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Patsorts is holding on to the third spot, trying to keep up with the front runners. The Betty White show is climbing fast, now in 10th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Wang Tapsumbong 6 is also moving up, now in 21st after a similar surge. Ixnobadixel and Waifuan are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Its Therapair just made a nice move to climb 4 spots, and is now in 13th place. Gish the Husky is gaining ground and is now in 5th. Gish the Husky and Wei Fuan are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th. Ixnobadixel is climbing up to 4th place. Wei Fuane and Ixnobadixel are nose-to-nose for that position. Dishonored Fox is advancing to 6th place. Ixnobot is climbing nicely into third place. Yesterona, 133,796 is also gaining ground, now in 7th. Gishta Husky and Gesterone, 133,796 are nose to tail for 7th place. Lisa Shibi is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Ablaze is right behind, also making a move to 10th. Anarchizix is storming through the field, now in 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Yesterone 133,796 is on fire, climbing up to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Ropsizzle is making a strong push, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 10th. Maya is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 11. Celestialinari is climbing fast, overtaking 7 cars to reach 11. KCIR is also on the move, passing 9 cars to sit in 12. Tangna Ducky TTV is gaining ground, overtaking 7 cars to take 13. It's Theraper just made a nice move to climb to the 18th place. Dre 102X is pushing forward to the 21st spot. Waifuane is gaining on Wayne 94, closing the gap by over a second. Dishonored Fox is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Wayne 94 has climbed to 3rd, making a move. Waifuana has advanced to 5th, keeping the momentum. Lisa Shibi advances 1 spot to take 6th place. Ablas moves up 1 spot to 7th. Anarchizix climbs 1 spot to 8th. Pace CAR is now in 10th place, climbing up 1 spot. Auden Celestialinari also advances 1 position into 11th. Yesteronin in 33,796 is having a rough time, dropping back to 18. Ablaise is climbing up to 5th place, gaining 2 spots. Lisa Shibi is closing in on Ablaze, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. Waifuane is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Tangadaki TTV is making a move, now in 10th. Sotsfied is gaining ground, just behind in 11th. The race is heating up. Alright everyone, it seems like the AI had a bit of a tough time figuring out those twists and turns, so we're calling it early. Don't worry, the points for this race are still counted, so everyone's efforts aren't going to waste. Time to see who's currently leading the pack and who's just trying to catch up. Stay tuned because the racing action is far from over. Thirty is on a roll, climbing to 13th place. Its Therapair is right behind, also making moves to get into the top 14. Bunny's Tap Zoombumps is not far behind, trying to break into the top 15. Looks like a tight battle for those positions. Wow, look at that! Congrats to Ixnobutixil for winning the race. They must be feeling like they're on top of the world right now. Great job out there, really showing those other cars how it's done. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1975 Ford Escort Mark I was a favorite among rally racers back in the day? It was like the little car that could, showing up against much more powerful rivals, and still managing to pull off some pretty impressive performances. Honestly, it's like the David of rally racing, small but mighty. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so don't miss your chance to influence the race. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh, what a classic showdown we have here. It's like stepping into a vintage garage and picking your favorite. The Mercedes from 1971 is a luxurious beast, known for its smooth ride and solid build. On the other hand, the Holden Monaro from 1968 is a raw American muscle car, likely giving Ihevexema a run for their money with its power and agility. Honestly, I'd say it's a tight race. The Mercedes has the reliability and comfort, but the Monaro's muscle might just leap ahead on that vintage track. I'd put my chips on the Holden for the win. But don't be surprised if the Mercedes pulls a surprise and pulls ahead in the final lap. This will be fun to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Elontarharata Vintage Track, and leading the pack is the Ihevexema group, with a classic 1971 Mercedes-Benz 300 S-Steed. So let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. HP Lootcraft has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ihevexema is holding strong in second place, and Maya is sitting comfortably in third, ready to make a move. Apierdope just sneaked into 5th place. Butzo is now 6th. Violetta Mama is climbing to 7th, making a little more room for herself. Apierdope is climbing up to 4th place. Butzo is now in 5th. Violetta Mama has moved into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Spikles is climbing up to 7th place. Max Beerley is also moving up to 8th. Looks like they're both on the rise. Violetta Mama is really pushing to catch Wozo now. Le Caillou just sneaked into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. HP Lootcraft is leading in a classic 1968 Holden Monaro, known for its muscle car roots. Looks like they're holding the pace well and trying to keep the pressure on the Mercedes behind. Speckles is gaining on Violetta Mama, closing the gap with a 3.3-second improvement. Le Caillou is also on the move, closing in on Max Spirally by 2.2 seconds. Appy Dope is driving a 1970 Lada 21, which is known for its simplicity and durability. Looks like they're making a move from 6th to 4th, so they might be gaining some ground. Le Caillou is gaining on Max Spirally fast, just a few seconds behind now. Speckles is inching closer to Violetta Mama, closing the gap steadily. HP Lootcraft is leading in a classic 1968 Holden Monaro, which is known for its muscle car strength. They seem to be comfortably ahead, holding the top spot with a solid lap time. Speckles and Violetta Mama are nose to tail for 6th place. Le Caillou is gaining on Max Spirally, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Speckles is climbing up to 6th place. Max Spirally is also moving up to 8th place. Speckles is closing in on Fuso fast, just 1.9 seconds behind now. Le Caillou has climbed up 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Le Caillou is gaining on Max Spirally fast enough to make the gap shrink by 3.4 seconds. Amy just climbed 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Ihave is gaining on HP Lootcraft, the gap shrinking fast. Speckles is closing in on Fuso, not letting up. Le Caillou is catching Max Spirally, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Speckles is gaining on Fuso, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Le Caillou is hot on Max Spiraly's tail, making up over 2 seconds. Speckles is driving a 1966 MGMG B.D. TV8. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but they're a bit slower than the leaders. Not much action happening around them so far. Max Spirally is climbing up to 6th place. Le Caillou is also moving up to 7th. Looks like they're both on the rise. HP Lootcraft is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Max Spirally is closing in on Fuso, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Violetta Mama is also up 1 spot, now in 9th. HP Lootcraft is leading in a classic 1968 Holden Monaro, showing strong pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and maintaining the pressure. Max Spirally is driving a 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR. They're currently in 7th place and have a decent lap time but still need to catch up to the leaders. Wow, HP Lootcraft really took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Wow. HP Lootcraft really pulled off an impressive feat, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking like a pro. Talk about a triple threat. Congratulations to them. That's some seriously skilled AI driving. I mean, they're making the other cars look like they're barely trying. Absolutely. Did you know that the Streets of Willow extended track has so many twists and turns that even the most experienced drivers might need a map to find their way through it? It's like a roller coaster for cars, but with fewer safety harnesses and more adrenaline. Perfect for those who love a good challenge. Well, this is quite the matchup, isn't it? On one side, we have Cobber, in a classic Mitsubishi Starion from the late 80s, which is charming but might be a bit long in the tooth compared to modern standards. On the other side, Flaming Buddha is behind the wheel of a Nissan Skyline GTR 32, often called Godzilla for a reason, with that impressive RB26 engine and all-wheel drive. Given the specs, I'd probably lean towards the Skyline taking the win here. It's more modern, handles really well, and has a turbocharged punch that could give it an edge on the tight, extended Willow Streets course. The Starion, while a cool classic, might struggle to keep up in terms of grip and acceleration. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. The old car might surprise us and show some vintage agility. I'd still put my money on the Nissan pulling ahead by the last lap though. Alright folks, the race is underway at Willow Springs Streets of Willow Extended. Cobber is starting on pole in a classic 1988 Mitsubishi Starion time. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Cobber is leading the race right now. Flaming Buddha is in second place and trying to catch up. Iconic Odd is in third but expects some early action to shake things up. Diego Noricos just sneaked into 5th place. Girl of Diamond and Bao by Biolab are nose-to-nose for 7. Dr. Phoenix and Mutwolf are locked in a fierce fight for 9. Aisley is on a roll, climbing up to the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Girl of Diamond and Bao by Biolab are nose-to-nose, fighting for 7. Indigo Peta just moved up 1 spot to 16. Girl of Diamond just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Kagil, Bao by Biolab and Girl of Diamond are still neck and neck for that 7th spot. Team Tinatea is climbing up to 11th place. Baobei, Beola just overtook someone to take 7th place. Sufik in the U20 plays are nose-to-nose for 19th. Anarchy 6 is climbing to 21st. Dr. Felix and Mutwolf are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Tim Tinatea is closing in on Dr. Felix, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Sufi is climbing up the field now in 19th place. Dr. Felix is climbing up to 9th place. Betsmar is making a move to 22nd. Who's next to make a surprise move? Girl of Diamond is driving an Alfa Romeo 75 from 1986. They're holding steady in 8th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the pack. Looks like a quiet, steady race for now. Iconic Odd is driving a 1982 Holden Commodore. They're currently in 3rd place and keeping a steady pace. Looks like they're just waiting for a chance to make a move. Georgi Numericals just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya and Georgi Numericals are nose-to-nose for that spot. Rondon 69 is climbing up to 14th. Sufik is driving a 1980 Lada 2106 and is currently in 8th place among the Group N cars. Their fastest lap is just under 125.5, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top of the class. Iconic Odd is driving a 1982 Holden Commodore and is currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:21.707, showing some serious pace. Looks like they're holding steady and making a push for the top. Anarchy 6 and Just Pancades are neck and neck for the 20th spot. Velocitor 14 and Betsmar are also locked in a close fight for 22nd. The group of cars are clearly dominating with faster lap times and higher positions. The Streets of Willow Extended favors their power and handling. The Group N cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to lower performance and less agility on this track. Girl of Diamond is holding a strong position in 8th place with the fastest lap, so he's clearly pushing hard but needs to find a way to move up. Velocitor 14 is racing a 1989 Toyota Celica Tata. Their race looks rough with a position in the lower half and a fastest lap of 1 minute 25 seconds, which is slower than most. Wow, cover really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Cover really outdid themselves. Huge congratulations on winning the race. That was an incredible display of AI driving skills. Looks like someone's been practicing behind the scenes. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and acceleration, because oval racing really highlights how quickly a car can hit high speeds and maintain them around the track. Handling and cornering are still important, but since it's an oval, the ability to stay stable and push through the turns at high velocity is what really makes the difference. Though a car with good aerodynamics and a powerful engine would be my top pick for winning here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't let your choice slip away just because you took too long. Alright, this is quite the throwback matchup. Cloud Surfer 69 with a 2002 Cadillac Cian, which is a sleek, modern machine, probably great for handling and speed. Meanwhile, Swell-placed V is behind a 1971 Dodge Charger, Super B, a classic muscle car with raw power, but maybe a bit less refined in the handling department. Given the track is the New Hampshire Motor Speedway Oval, the modern Cadillac might have an edge in consistency and cornering. But you never know. The vintage muscle car has that raw, unrelenting attitude that could surprise us all if it gets a good run. I'm leaning towards the Cadillac for a win, but I wouldn't count out the Super B just yet. It's all about who finds the best rhythm and maybe a little bit of that vintage luck. Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Oval. Shoto Todoroki 39 is starting on pole in a classic 1984 Ford R S200. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Some board boy is leading the race. Jay Bogey is right behind in second, and Trash Crashton is holding on to third. Looks like a pretty standard start so far. Senner Savage is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 17th place. Trash Crashton is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second place. Jay Bogey and Trash Crashton are nose to tail, fighting hard for second. Shoto Todoroki 39 is on a roll, taking the lead from 11th place. Senner Savage is closing in fast, overtaking 15 cars to sit in second. Ectoplasm is not far behind, climbing 11 spots to third. Looks like a battle for the top is heating up. Ablaz is closing in on Jack Cinderbox, cutting the gap by 10.5 seconds. NNF Savage has just claimed the top spot. Aetherplasm is now in second place, creeping up the ranks. Sunboard Boy is on a roll. Now in 5th place, after overtaking 8 cars. Dvetsko is climbing fast, now in 6th after passing 3. KCRR is making a move, now in 11th after overtaking 5. Ovidus is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach 15th place. Aetherplasm is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Sunboard Boy is also advancing, taking the 4th position. Sunboard Boy just overtook someone to take 3rd place. KCARR moved up 1 spot to 8th. Cloud Surfer 69 also gained 1 position to 10th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Swell Place TV are nose to nose for 9th. Ovidus is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 9. Amy is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19. Sunboard Boy is closing in on Aetherplasm, chipping away at the gap by 3.6 seconds. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Sunboard Boy is closing in on the leader. The Let's Go is making a move, creeping up to 4th. Aetherplasm is climbing to 2nd place. Ovidus is making a move up to 5th. Shoto Todoroka 39 is advancing to 7th. Sunboard Boy is now in 2nd place. Ovidus is closing the gap on Drelitsko by 1.4 seconds. Shoto Todoroka 39 has moved up to 6th place. Ovidus is climbing up to 4th place. Exception is also moving up to 6th. Pace CAR and Shotodoroka 39 are nose to nose for 7th. Mafia Mavi is closing in on Rinaki 4 fast, just 6.5 seconds behind now. Ovidus is gaining on Aetherplasm, shrinking the gap by 2.2 seconds. KCRR is climbing up the ranks, moving into 7th place. Sunboard Boy is gaining on NSNR Savage, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Ovidus is closing in on Aetherplasm, reducing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Wanabakido is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Aetherplasm is closing in on Sunboard Boy, cutting the gap by over a second. Ovidus is hot on Aetherplasm's tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Wanabakido is climbing up to 6th place, leaving someone behind. Ovidus is chipping away at Aetherplasm's lead, now just over 2 seconds behind. Schoolbus Rustevi is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Tyler Drums 31 is making a move, up to 12th. Congratulations to Senar Savage on the victory. Looks like all that racing practice paid off. Well-deserved win. Wow! Sennar Savage really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on the win. That was some serious racing skill. You definitely earned that first place. Great job. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1970s, the slow car racing class was often filled with cars that looked like they belonged to a different era entirely. Imagine racing tiny, sluggish vehicles and still having a blast. Sometimes it felt more like a parade than a race, but those slower cars had a charm of their own, proving that you don't need to be lightning fast to have fun on the track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't be shy, make your choice and get ready to see some AI racing action. Time's almost up. Oh boy, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1968 Ford Falcon XR GT has that raw muscle car vibe and should be mighty quick in a straight line. On the other hand, the 1977 Opel Kadett CGE is a lightweight little beast, probably nimbler around the corners. Honestly, it could go either way. If the track favors power and straightaways, I'd give the edge to the Ford. But if the twists and turns are more your thing, the Opel might just surprise us all. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will take it? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Kyalami Vintage with the 1970s slow cars class. Leading the pack is J.G. Swishman 33 in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette Monza. Let's see if that classic can hold up. J.G. Swishman 33 has shot to the front, leading the race. Kufo is holding strong in second place, while Kyroscope is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Some bored boy is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 19th place. Kufo is holding strong at the front, now in first place. Marjakoblike is also on the rise, moving up 2 spots to take second. Maya is closing in on the top 4. Ariyu Serial better watch out. The race is heating up. Gulukachu is making a move towards the middle of the pack. Gaila Silgi. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. She's closely chased by JC Swishman 33 for 3rd. Ariyu Serial and Maya are locked in a fierce duel for 4. Maya just snuck into 3rd place, closing the gap. Ariyu Serial is right behind in 4th. Naibe is climbing up to 5th. Looks like a tight battle forming. Naibe and Ariyu Serial are nose to tail for 4th place. Wrath 92 has gained a spot and is now in 9th. Wanabakido and Wrath 92 are also battling for 9th, so things are heating up in the midfield. Maya is gaining on Majakoblike, closing the gap by 1 second. Naibe has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Mighty Chunk and JC Swishman 33 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Baobai Biolab is making a nice climb up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing in on Marjakoblech. The gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Wrath 92 is on the move, climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Wrath 92 is gaining on Ariyu Serial but still has some ground to cover. The Grand Enchanter is closing in on JC Swishman 33 quickly. Baobai Biolab is climbing 2 spots and now sitting in 10th place. Kyroscope is climbing to 11th place. Wanabakido is closing in on Asuroni, cutting the gap by over a second. Waffling Godders is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 16th. Asuroni just climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Sunboard Boy and Cthulhu Kachu are nose to nose for 14th. The Fox 84 and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for 17th. Maya just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Wrath 92 is also climbing up to 5th. The Grand Enchanter is inching closer to the top 10. The Grand Enchanter and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 7th. The Grand Enchanter climbs to 7th place. Baobai Biolap advances to 8th. Ashironi is closing the gap on JC Swishman 33 by nearly 3 seconds. Cthulhu Kachu is climbing up to 13th place. Toucan's Flora is now in 19th place. Jerk Place is making a move to 22nd. The race is heating up. Toucan's Flora is gaining on Flinchicott 21, closing the gap by just over a second. Jerk Place is chipping away at James Mayo, closing the distance by a little more than a second. Amy is climbing up to 23rd place, making moves. Wrath 92 is closing in on Night, closing the gap by 1 second. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Ariyu Serial with a 1.6 second reduction. Asuroni has moved up 1 spot to take the 10th position. Bao by Biolab climbs to 7th place. Antinari Dilwan. Yitio Namu. Daintijetu Bioshe. Vagrant Enchanta and Bao by Biolab are nose to nose for 7. Asu Roni advances to 9th. Ninth is really closing in on Marjakoblaj, cutting the gap by a full second. Bao by Biolab just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th. Sumboard Boy also moved up 1 spot, now in 11th. Mirakoblaj is gaining on Maya fast, just over a second behind now. Cthulhukachu has climbed 1 spot to 13. Kyroscope and Cthulhukachu are nose to nose for that same position. Looks like a battle is brewing. Wow, Kufo took the victory again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Guess the competition needs to step up their game. Wow, Kufo really showed off their skills, didn't they? Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Mostuklo short loop track. This little track might be short, but it's got a reputation for intense close quarters racing that keeps everyone on the edge of their seats. It's like the roller coaster of racing tracks, little, fast and guaranteed to make your heart race. Perfect for those quick, adrenaline-pumping battles where every corner counts. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven beauty takes the crown. Well, considering the cars the drivers are in, Aperdope in that vintage Opel Ascona CG has a bit of a classic charm. But the Nissan Laurel Dondrazon 3 is probably a bit more modern, and might have an edge in handling. The Opel's got that nostalgic appeal. But in a race that's all about speed and agility, I'd probably lean towards Dondrazon 3's Nissan. Still, with these AI drivers anything can happen, and surprises are just part of the fun. Alright everyone, Maya's kicking things off from pole position with her trusty 1993 Honda Accord. It's the slowest car in the bunch, but hey, she might surprise us. Let's see how the old girl handles this race. Generite is leading the race with a strong start. I am currently in second place, holding my position. Beef Sliders is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are closely packed early on. Radioactive Vixen and Beef Sliders are nose-to-nose for third place. Triat is sneaking into fifth after a little bump up. Oscar Wolf is climbing into seventh, inching closer to the top. Radi Zero Active Vixen is climbing to third place. Radi Zero Active Vixen and Maya are nose to tail for second. Oscar Wolf is inching up to sixth. Radioactive Vixen is now in second place. Beef Sliders has climbed to third. Oscar Wolf is up to fifth. The race is heating up. Bao Bai Biolab is climbing to sixth place. Yama Priest is catching up to Marty Freeze, closing the gap by a second. They are locked in a tight battle for ninth place. Shotsky's just overtook Derigals and is now in 14th place. They're nose to nose in this little scrap for that spot. Oscar Wolf is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is now in 11th. Shotsky's has moved into 13th. Radioactive Vixen and Degenerate are nose to tail at the front. Yama Priest just gained a spot to 9th and is now in a fierce duel with Marty Freeze for that position. Radioactive Vixen and Degenerate are nose to nose at the front. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has just climbed into 7th place. Marty Freeze and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 9th. Marty Freeze and Yama Priest are nose to tail for 9th place. Amy and Marty Freeze are also fighting it out for 10th. Papa Ketsi and Shotskis are locked in a close duel for 14th. Radioactive Vixen is now in 1st place. Baobai Biolab has climbed to 5th. Yama Priest is now in 8th. Trehartriat is driving a 1993 Honda Accord and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 18.495, so they're holding a steady pace, but not making much progress. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Maya are neck and neck for 6th place. Shotskis and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 12th. Dongbirds on 3 just gained a spot and is now 17. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Maya and Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for that spot. Amy and Exclusive Agox are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Izzy Agox is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now in 10th place. Shotskis has moved up to 11th. Shotskis and Amy are nose to nose for 10th. Uzagox is climbing up to 7th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for 14th. Tyler is closing the gap on Dungeons on 3 by a second and a half. Papa Cassie just overtook Shotskis for 11th place. Shotskis is fighting hard to hold that spot. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing 2 positions to 13th. Papa Katsi is making a move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Emerald Tick 398 is on a roll, jumping 4 spots to 9th. Oscar Wolf is having a tough time, dropping 16 places to 20. Oscar Wolf is storming through the field, overtaking 19 cars to claim the lead. Radica Radioactiva Vixen and Oscar Wolf are nose to tail, fighting fiercely for the top spot. Exclusive Agox and Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close duel for 6th place. Appy Adope is closing in on Daragaz, now just 5.5 seconds behind. Radioactiva Vixen has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Beef Sliders has moved up to 2nd place, closing the gap. Dete. Bao by Violap is closing in on a Generate fast, just 1.7 seconds behind. Papa Cassie has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Looks like I'm and Papa KC are about to have a little showdown for that 8th position. Congratulations to Radioactiva Vixen on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Congratulations to Radioactiva Vixen. You really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Great job winning the race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Curitiba circuit, it would probably be the Lamborghini Huracan P400 Its mid-engine layout and lightweight design give it a significant advantage on twisty tracks like Curitiba. Plus it's got that legendary status and a bit of that sneaky speed that might just give it the edge over the more vintage or muscle cars in the list. Though honestly, I wouldn't count out the Shelby Cobra 427, it's a beast on straights and could surprise us all. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your pick before the race starts, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI thinks is best. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lotusos and the classic Mercedes-Benz 300 SL with its sleek design and legendary reputation versus Mahimudar in the more robust Plymouth Belvedere from 1965. The Mercedes is known for its elegant engineering and agility, but the Plymouth has that raw power and muscle. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Mercedes because of its lighter frame and better aerodynamics. But don't discount the Belvedere's brute strength. It could come down to who masters their car better on this track. Place your bets, folks, it's about to get interesting. Alright folks, Amy's got the pole in her vintage 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1D now. Seems like speed and style is still a winning combo even in this AI race. Let's see if those classic roots give her an edge. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second, and Gary Seventon holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Gary Seventon just overtook someone to take second place. Stankett is also climbing up to third. Bujizero is making a move, jumping 2 spots to fourth. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Jozenskost and Indigopedia are nose to tail for 7th place. Memuidar is inching closer to the top 12, climbing 1 spot to 13. Wafflingotters and Memuidar are locked in a close fight for 13th. Chelsea is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Ashingamritin is on a roll, passing 4 cars to reach 13. Stankett just gained 1 position, now in second. Buchicero is climbing up to 3rd place. Gary Seventon and Bachizero are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Mirmudar is inching closer to the top 20, moving up 1 position to 14. Gary 17 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Gary 17 and Stankit are nose to nose for 2nd. Shalesy is climbing up to 11. Ashenriton is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Buchitsero is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Mr. Roche and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for 5th place. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 4th place. Gary 17 and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for 3rd. Maricus is inching closer to the top 10. Amy is gaining on Mr. Roche fast, closing the gap by 6/4 seconds. Takido Kibre just overtook someone to take 9th place. Amy just snuck into 5th place. Shalesy is climbing to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maricus and Chosen's Coast are neck and neck for 7th place. Shalesy just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot to 9. Indigo Pate is driving a 1953 Maserati, a 6 GCS 53. They're currently in 6th place. So not too shabby, but definitely not challenging for the lead. Looks like a steady race. No major moves yet. Mr. Roche and Amy are nose to nose for 5th place. Maricus and Chosen's Coast are also locked in a close fight for 7. Takido Kibre is climbing up 1 spot to 9. Mr. Roche is now in 5th place. Amy and Mr. Roche are still battling for 5th. Maricus has moved into 7th place. Maricus just snuck into 6th place. Shalesy and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. Chosen's Coast and Shalesy are also fighting hard for 8th. Shalesy advances to 7th place. Takido Kibre climbs to 9th. Takido Kibre and Amy are nose to nose for 8th. Shalesy and Maricus are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Chosen's Coast has gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Takido Kibre and Chosen's Coast are nose to nose for 9th place. Shalesy just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Shalesy and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for 5th. Maricus and Shalesy are battling hard for 6th. Maricus and Shalesy are neck and neck for 6th place. Takido Kibre just gained 2 spots and is now 9th. Chosen's Coast and Takido Kibre are fighting hard for 9th. Shalesy and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for 5th place. Mr. Mudara just gained a spot to move into 10th. Mr. Muida and Takido Kibre are locked in a close fight for 9th. Stank, it is closing in on Maya fast enough to make her sweat. Shalesy just grabbed the 5th spot, climbing up 1 place. Mira Mudara is on the move, jumping 2 spots to sit in 8th. Wow, Maya. Looks like you've just set the bar pretty high. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. You are eligible to claim the stunning 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. Well deserved. Sure. Did you know that the Ferrari 288 GTO was originally built as a homologation special for racing, but it ended up becoming one of the most iconic supercars of the 1980s? It's like Ferrari built a race car for the street, and everyone loved it. That little turbocharged beast had a twin-turbo V8, and could accelerate faster than most of us can say speed limit. Truly a car that made speed look stylish. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your choices quick or you might be stuck with whatever's left. Let's see which machine will dominate the race. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. Beth Lane's driving a classic 1982 Ford Falcon. It's got that vintage charm and probably a lot of raw power, but it might lack some of the modern agility. On the other hand, Fuaozo's in a 1990 Nissan Skyline GT RR32, which is like the superhero of that era with all those tech tricks. An all-wheel drive. Honestly, I'd put my money on Fuaozo. That Skyline is known for its legendary handling and turbocharged performance. Beth Lane might surprise us with raw force, but I think the Skyline will have an easier time navigating those sharp turns and staying ahead. What do you think? Do you see Beth Lane pulling off an upset with the vintage vibe? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro. Leading the pack from pole is Bao by Biolab in a 1992 Audi V8 Quattro. Let's see if that classic can hold on, or if the others are gonna catch up. Smurf 20 has shot off the line into the lead. Bao by Biolab is holding strong in second place. Beth Lane is right behind in third, giving the top three a bit of a chase. Gaming is now 7th, closing in on Amy. Mattisberry is climbing to 8th, so the fight for those spots is heating up. Dishonored Fox is climbing up to 13th place. They're neck and neck with Junagot the leads for 12th. Bean Streams and Timborghini Tube are locked in a close fight for 16th. Mattisberry just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Amy and Mattisberry are nose to tail fighting for that 8th spot. Bean Streams is now in the 16th place, climbing 1 spot. Timborghini Tuba and Bean Streams are nose to nose fighting for that same position. Volzo and Bethraeling are nose to nose for 3rd place. Mattisberry just gained a spot to 7th. Gaming and Mattisberry are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Volzo and Bethraeling are nose to nose for 3rd place. Dishonored Fox and Junagot the leads are locked in a close fight for 12th. Wrath 92 is climbing up 1 spot to 19th. Volzo is climbing to 3rd place. Thomas Moran and Amy are nose to nose for 9th. Dishonored Fox is inching up to 12th. Wrath 92 is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica. They're currently in 19th place and seem to be struggling to gain ground, with a race that looks pretty steady but not very aggressive. Volzo is driving a Nissan Skyline GTR R30T2 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Claudia and Bethraeling are locked in a tight fight for 4th place. Bean Streams is making a move, climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Mattisberry and I are nose to tail for 6th place. K-Steflex is creeping up on Wrath 92, closing the gap rapidly. Cloudy is climbing up to 4th place. Bethraeling and Cloudy are battling hard for that position. I am closing in on Bethraeling, now just a 2.5 seconds behind. Mattisberry just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Bean Streams and ER Special are nose to nose for 14th place. Cloudy is closing in on Fuzo, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Bean Streams is climbing 1 spot to 14. HP Lootcraft is also moving up 1 spot to 17. Mattisberry is driving a Ford Escort RS Cosworth and is currently in 7th place. They're closing in on the top 5, so the race for a podium might get interesting soon. Volzo is holding a strong 3rd and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the hunt. Expect him to push for 2nd, or maybe even challenge for the lead if things line up. Jade Selgaming is driving a Porsche 968 Turbo RS and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second behind the leader, so they're hanging in there but not quite catching the front runners. Cloudy's driving a 1993 Ford Mustang and is currently in 5th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Madisberry and Bethraleen are nose-to-nose for 5th place. K-Steflex is creeping up on Wrath 92, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Madisberry is climbing to 5th place. K-Steflex is gaining on Wrath 92, closing the gap by over a second. Congratulations to Smurf20 on winning the race. Looks like you really drove away with it. Well done. Wow, Smurf20 really took the cake this time. Congratulations! You must have some secret driving skills we all wish we had. Can't wait to see if you can keep that winning streak going in the next race. Alright. The 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi is pretty much the muscle car that decided to show up with a big attitude. Fun fact is that it packed a massive 426 Hemi engine. One of the most legendary engines in muscle car history. This car was so quick and powerful that it earned a reputation as a street beast that could easily surprise newer sports cars on the highway. It's like the muscle car version of bringing a knife to a gunfight, but in this case the knife is a giant Hemi-powered beast. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't leave me hanging here with all these fancy machines and no drivers. Hurry up and get those choices in. Well, both of these cars are classics. But if we're talking about raw speed and handling, the Shelby GT500 has that legendary muscle car reputation to back it up. The GTO is no slouch either though, with its own history of being a powerhouse. But if I had to pick, I'd put my chips on Cloud Surfer 69, and that Shelby to pull ahead just a little more. Still, anything can happen in AI racing, and sometimes the older muscle cars have a few tricks up their sleeve. Alright everyone, the race at Alice Track just kicked off, and leading the pack is Potswords in a vintage classic. He's driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi and has taken pole position. Let's see if this blast from the past can hold on to that lead. Patsorts has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Smurf 20 is right behind in second, and Cheryl Zerosis is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Lokjun 7 is charging through the field to sit in the top 20. Smurf 20 is holding on to the lead, but Cheryl Zerosis is right behind, ready to pounce. The battle for first is heating up, and it looks like a two-car showdown. Maya is closing in on the leader now. Stanket is right behind her, both making moves. Reinecke is climbing up to 8th place, gaining ground. Donasonta 3 is climbing up to 10th place. Lokjun 7 has moved up to 16. Lokjun 7 and Aerotech are nose-to-nose for 15th. Darigos just sneaked into 8th place. Reinecke and Darigos are nose to tail for that spot. Lokjun 7 is inching closer to the top 15. Kalmetwi and Rome Spider are nose to tail fighting for 17th place. Amy just gained one spot and is now 19th. Cheryl Zerosis is climbing up to 3rd place. Stanket and Cheryl Zerosis are nose to tail for 3rd. Globoxig is making a move to 10th. Patsorts is driving a 1971 Plymouth Barracuda Hemi, starting from the first position. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, but the race is still wide open. Cheryl Zerosis has just overtaken for 2nd place. Patsorts is also climbing up to 4th. Stanket and Patsorts are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Cheryl Zerosis is gaining on Smurf 20, closing the gap by 230 seconds. Gingrud is inching closer to Stanket, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 and Kingred are battling it out for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Patsorts is now in 3rd place. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved up to 6th place. Kingrud and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Darigos is climbing up to 7th place. Kingrud and Darigos are nose to nose for 7th. Globos is inching up to 9th. Vintage supercars on the Alice track are creating a mix of speed and style, but the narrow corners seem to favor experienced drivers over raw power. The top spots are still tightly contested. Team Tinatea and Dongderzon 3 are nose to nose for 12th place. Aerotech is chipping away at Ashianratin, now just over a second behind. Lil Sprout just gained one spot and is now in 10th place. Reinecke and Lil Sprout are still neck and neck for 10th. Lokjun 7 moved up one spot and is now in 13th. Lobaase is closing in on King Rut, gaining a second and a half. Lokjeon 7 is also on the move, closing the gap to Dongdaejeon 3 by a similar margin. Aerotech has just climbed one spot to 15. The vintage supercars are all about raw power and style, but their handling might be a bit unpredictable on this track. Expect some overtaking opportunities, but also potential slip-ups. Jackson DeBox is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Nova SS and is currently in the 21st position. The race looks tight, but they might need a little more speed to climb up. Darigos is climbing up to 6th place. Global Sexil is also moving up to 8th place. Kingroot and Global Sexil are nose-to-tail fighting for 8th. Cheryl Nitsa-Roses is gaining on Smurf 20 fast, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Team Tinatia and Aerotech are locked in a close fight for the 15th place. Cloud Surface 69 is climbing up to 6th place. Darigos is right behind him, both battling for 6th. Kingroot is also making moves, now in 8th. Wow, Smurf 20, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on that impressive win. Wow, Smurf 20 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations, you definitely earned that victory. I guess all those practice laps paid off. A fun fact about the Buda International Circuit is that it's one of the few tracks in the world shaped like a V, which adds a unique challenge for drivers and makes the race visually pretty stunning. Plus, it has a pretty impressive layout with high-speed straights and tricky corners that keep everyone on their toes. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown, isn't it? Both cars from 1971, so we're talking about a classic muscle car battle. The Ford Torino is known for its solid performance and balance, while the Dodge Charger has that iconic muscle car presence with a bit more raw power. At the Budin International Circuit, which favors a mix of straight-line speed and turns, I'd give a slight edge to the Dodge Charger because of its reputation for brute force and acceleration. But then again, the Ford Torino might surprise us with its handling. So, I'd say the Charger might just edge out a win, but don't be shocked if the Torino puts up a fight. Let's see how these vintage beasts handle the modern circuit. Alright folks, the race is underway at Buda International Circuit, and leading the pack is Epic Sugar in a classic 1971 AMC Matador. Looks like that vintage charm might give a little extra boost today. Stay tuned to see if it holds the lead or if the others catch up. Epic Sugar is leading the race, with Amy right behind in second place. Frankworthy is currently in third, trying to catch up. Merchican Live and Rosagold Gaming are nose to tail for fourth place. Sofik is climbing fast, now seventh after gaining 2 spots. Papa Katsi and Zufik are also battling for seventh, so things are heating up in the mid-pack. Frankwati and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Architect and Ray Nikki are fighting hard for ninth. Calican Bunny just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Architect and Reinecke are nose to tail battling for 9th place. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 18th. Architect is climbing to 9th place. The Hyper 7 is also moving up, now in 11th. T-Bomb and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for 11th. Baobab Biolab is climbing 1 spot to take 13th place. Calican Bunny and Baobab Biolab are nose to nose for 13. Le Roselle is advancing 1 spot to 16. Rukimiriki just sneaked into the top 16. Global Ixel and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Papa Cassie is driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo starting in 8th place. Their race looks steady so far, but they're stuck behind a few cars and need some overtaking to climb higher. Merchican Live is climbing nicely to 4th place. Rukimiriki is now in 15th. And Maya is sneaking into 17th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Rosagold Gaming just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Sufik is also climbing up, now in 6th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Zufik are nose to nose for 6th position. T-Bomb is climbing up to 11th place. Hot Bolognese is making a move to 19. Globas Excel and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose for 20. Maya is in 20th place driving a Dodge Charger from 1971. Looks like the race is not going her way so far, but there's plenty of time to make a move. The Budge track's tight corners seem to be favoring the older muscle cars, keeping the pack close. No clear advantage yet. Amy is in 2nd place with a Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like she's holding steady and keeping up the pace. No overtakes yet, but she's definitely in a good position. Maya is currently in 20th place with a Dodge Charger from 1971. Looks like a tough start, but there's plenty of race left to make some moves. Epic Sugar is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap, so he's in a pretty strong position to take this one. T-Bomb is in the 11th place, driving a 1972 Ford Torino Dime. Their race seems to be stuck with no lap time recorded, so they might be struggling or just not recorded yet. Epic Sugar is leading in a 1971 AMC Matador with a fastest lap of 2:14.707. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace. Reinecke and T-Bone are nose to tail for the 10th spot. T-Bone just gained a position, inching closer to Reinecke. This race is heating up at the back end. Bolognese is driving a Dodge Charger from 1971. They're currently in 19th place and just a fraction behind Maya. Looks like a tight battle for the lower half. The Heber 7 is driving a 1971 Ford Torino and has a decent pace with the fastest lap of 2 minutes and 18 seconds. They're currently in the 12th place, just behind some other Torinos, so they're holding their own. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone and is now in the top 17. Maya is right behind, trying to find a way past. Francorti is driving a Mercury Cyclone starting from the 4th position. They've set a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and are currently in 3rd place, just behind the 2nd and 1st. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, Epic Sugar just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Epic Sugar really pulled off an incredible victory there. Congratulations! You totally owned that race? I guess all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Well done! Sure! Did you know that the 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE was built for racing, but looks so sleek it could easily show up at a fancy gala? It's like having a car that's both a track star and a best-dressed guest. That's some serious style and speed combo. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't leave me hanging here watching these AI racers without any choices. Make your selection before it's too late, and they all start racing without you. Alright, so we've got Amy in a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE, and Jade Anburn in the 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE. Now, both of these cars are pretty serious contenders, but the Ferrari does have the edge when it comes to raw speed, and agility especially in a track like Alba. The Ferrari's a bit newer and probably more tuned for racing than the Toyota. which is still a good car but maybe less sharp. If I had to put my chips on someone, I'd say JD Anburn in the Ferrari might be the favorite here. But honestly, if Amy can find a way to exploit the Toyota's strengths and handle those corners perfectly, she could throw a wrench in the plans. It's a close call, but I'd give the slight edge to JD Anburn. Alright folks, the race at Albi is underway, and Lazy Towner is starting on pole in a 2017 Porsche 911 RSR. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if the competition is about to spice things up. Mission Man has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Lazy Towner is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Rafael is in third, not far off the pace. Let's see if anyone can challenge them early on. JD Anburn just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Amy and JD Anburn are still neck and neck for 8th. Liracel and Tug On It DTV are locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Shalesy. Shalesy and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. Ixnobutixel has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. JD Anburn is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Maya and Silverba Gaming are nose to tail fighting for 4th. Amy is climbing up to 9th, making moves. Shalesy and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy is closing in on Ixnobutixel, now just a second behind. Jay Boogie has gained 1 position and is now in the 14th spot. Zufik advances to 13th place. Jay Boogie and Zufik are nose to nose for 13. Tug On It DTV is closing in on Rummy Fizz 13, now just over a second apart. JD Anburn is closing in fast on Tug On It TTV, cutting the gap by 9.44 seconds. Sputnik NZ is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Ixnobutixel is in 8th place driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. Their race looks steady so far, but they're a bit behind the GTE leaders. Ixnobutixel is holding firm in 7th place. Amy is trying to squeeze past for 8th. The race is heating up at the back. Rafael is driving a 2016 Ford GT LN GT. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 23.506 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Nobutixel is dropping like a stone to the 17th place. Silver Gaming is climbing 1 spot to 3rd. Sputnik NZ is also moving up 1 spot to 5th. Amy is in 8th place with the 2018 Toyota T1 GT. Her fastest lap is 1:26.619, so she's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Silvergaming is closing in on Lazytown, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Le Roussel and a Canon are locked in a tight battle for 9th place. Silver Gaming is in 3rd place with the Porsche 911 RSR from 2017. They've been quick with a best lap of 1:21.778 that are a bit behind the leader. Looks like they're closing in but still chasing that top spot. Le Roussel is really having a rough time dropping to 16. Chelsea is sneaking closer to Maya, now just 1.3 seconds behind. TPKA is climbing up to 10th place, making a move. Oh. Wow. Mission Men just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Mission Man takes the crown. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you just won the bet race and can take home a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. Well done, Amy. Looks like Lady Luck is on your side today. Alright everyone, it looks like we're taking a quick break for some stream maintenance. Just a few minutes and we'll be back to watch those AI cars race around the track. Sit tight. Grab a snack if you need to.